All right, guys, would you look at that? We are back. We're back with a late show. I'm here as your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles, and my special guest, Big Meech, couldn't wait until I go live. He had to join, and he paid dearly for it, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I might not be on the streams for a few weeks, guys. What I've just witnessed can only be described as horrid.
Well, does it make you feel like you want to poke your eyes out or anything of that sort? Um, what was how can you describe
To wipe away the memory.
what you just encountered, BTS?
Mm. Ah,
Do you need another drink, Mitch?
yeah, I'm definitely gonna need something with alcohol in it at this point. I think I might need to pop an edible at this point.
All right. Well, guys, welcome back. We're continuing, of course, with our coverage of the Watches and Wonders 2023. A lot of interesting new releases coming out of Geneva and some news leaking out as well. The almighty Nick Fox wrote for Financial Times today again. As you know, this is a Watches and Wonders that's, as always, dominated by some industry giants, but it's also been an exciting one. For once, a lot of the brands seem to be coming out with different things. Yes, some vintage revivals, but also interesting touches and something more than simply the hype color for the dials of the year. So I'm very excited about this. And one thing that I want to focus on as we kick off the show is the name Gerard Janta, the famous designer, of course, who gave us in the 70s an entire genre of watches. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak in 1972, the Patek Philippe Nautilus in 1976, and the IWC Ingenieur SL in the same year. So that is very important because IWC finally came back with the Ingenieur, and as it happens, there might be more Gerard Janta news in the pipeline, but this was very important, of course, since they had a huge marketing campaign that was articulated through this German phrase, Form und Technik, form and techniques, kind of announcing in the return of the ingenieur the combination, the conjunction, the conjugation of aesthetics and technology, utility, and design innovation. And I think it was a great way to honor Gerard Janta's design heritage. And the piece itself is a relatively faithful reproduction of the original. Of course, there are a few contemporary details. There are crown guards, right? Unlike the original Janta designed Ingenieur, this piece, more akin to later versions that came with an enlarged case size. This one also has crown guards. It has a slightly different bezel design, which is actually screwed down with those hexagonal bolts, whereas the earlier one was kind of a screw-in version of that bezel, which didn't always perfectly align, which was perhaps never the intention, but that's beside the point. The consumer is increasingly obsessive compulsive, so that is something that needs to be addressed. The carbon fiber like basket weave pattern is exploded and enlarged. You can see it here in teal tinted dial color in this model. The stainless steel version of the Ingenieur Revival in 40 millimeter case size comes in 3 different dial colors. This one that they call Aqua, a silvered dial that has the same pattern, as well as the original black carbon fiber like design. Additionally, there's also a model that is fully executed in titanium and has an anthracite gray dial. The list price is 11,700 in US dollars for the stainless steel models that you can see here. This is kind of the representative model with the black dial that has that exploded basket weave carbon fiber design. You also have the silvered version, and they're all listed at retail for 11,700. And there's also finally one that is fully executed in titanium, and that piece carries a little bit of a premium on top of the stainless steel models at 14,600. All of these pieces have a closed case back, a solid case back to seal that Faraday cage, right? Since the movement itself is closed with a soft iron case on the back, there's no need, no utility for an exhibition case back. And the watch, therefore, continues to preserve its anti-magnetic properties. The caliber inside is one that shares, admittedly, the architecture of run-of-the-mill ETA 2894-2 caliber, but in the modified and elaborated IW 32111 version, it actually has 5 days of a power reserve at 4 hertz at 28,800 semi-oscillations per hour, which is quite respectable and is actually above the industry standards. The working man's Janta watch, that's a perfect interpretation of it. What do you think about this release or re-release, Meech? How do you feel about it?
Well, look, I've stated this before. I think it's a great looking watch. I think it's design-wise, I think it's great. Looks robust. It has basically everything you require for a daily beater. But I just think it's overpriced. I think this watch is. I mean, if this watch was $5,000, yeah, I'd buy one. I wouldn't even hesitate. I'd buy one. I'd put in an order today. But $12,000 for an IWC, no way.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. What would you say would be a price point for a watch like this? Would you prefer it to be more in line with like the Cartier Santos or something like that with the integrated bracelet?
Yeah, no, I mean the Cartier I'm actually probably gonna end up buying here, but that's kind of a conversation for down the track. But look, $5,000 for I mean, look, IWC, you know, for what it's worth here, I know I joke, but IWC, in my opinion, is in no position to kind of throw its weight around. A lot of brands aren't, especially as we roll into recession here. This watch, yeah, it's a great looking watch, 40 mil. It's great on paper. Yeah, I think 6 grand tops, honestly, is what I'd be willing to pay for this watch. I just don't see these things holding their value unless if these were limited edition, like let's just say they made 500 of these for the world. I can totally understand, 12 to 14 grand for these watches. But given that these are mass production, they're in the catalog now, and IWC has a very consistent record of dropping hard in value. Anybody who pays 12 grand for this watch is absolutely going to get slaughtered on the secondhand market.
The way we're talking about the prices, I feel like I'm filming one of those silly TikTok live watch negotiation videos, but don't mind me. I think your point is well taken. I understand that the market is very well expanded and very diverse in these days, especially when we're facing a period of economic austerity. We are, I think, well in a recession already. We have a hard time coming to terms with it. So the price is always a concern. It will continue to be an issue, to be an important part of the consideration. But I would like to contextualize it a little bit because in the post-pandemic era, not only have a lot of the more hyped up watches, and admittedly 99% of IWC's catalog is certainly not included in that category. The secondary market of watches has exploded. When it comes to the current models, the backlog has intensively expanded. Labor costs have risen. Material costs have skyrocketed. So we have price increases that have seen perhaps 100% plus in the last 5 years. I mean, my example for this is usually Vacheron Constantin overseas, and I guess you can see why that's a good watch to observe this sort of trend, because one, it is a relatively recent release, and two, it is a watch that has seen its fate basically completely altered and transformed by recent trends in the market, by the trends in the last 2 years. I think when the watch came out, the list price was around $12,000. That was 2016. It can be $500 less, $500 more. I won't break anyone's heart about it. But today, for the Vacheron Constantin overseas, the list price we are talking about is $22,500. And again, I chose this watch because it belongs to what is now a very well-established and aspirational category of watches: integrated bracelet, stainless steel pieces, in this case from a high horology brand, which you would be right to consider to be one notch above today's IWC. I would not disagree with that. But with the increasing popularity, unavailability, and unobtainability of Audemars Piguet Royal Oak and Patek Philippe Nautilus, everything else has gone completely bananas on the secondary market when it comes to this segment. You have brands like Girard-Perregaux and Bulgari and Chopard have offer watches in this category that are priced right around the $15,000 mark and above. You have also kind of new kids on the block, brands like Chapek, Parmigiani Fleurier. Again, Parmigiani Fleurier being a relatively young brand, but not necessarily an upstart, but certainly a new entry into this category with the Tonda PF. Those brands offer their watches at $20,000 and above at list price. So while I'm on your side, and find completely unconscionable this skyrocketing of prices that have genuinely seen most categories basically double at MSRP. I think within the conditions of the current market, it's not unreasonable. It's not all that outrageous for IWC to price a watch in this category around $12,000. I think 10 would have been sweeter. And from your perspective, I wouldn't actually, I wouldn't think what you described is a bad situation or a bad deal for the customer. Precisely with this in mind, these will probably drop on the secondary market because it's not like they're limited production. It's not like they will be all that scarce. They might prove to be really popular, but just like the Bulgari Octofinissimo, which at the height of the market was trending very close to list price, it will, 1 year into production, drop significantly. And I'm sure probably next year around this time, you should be able to get a piece like this around 7.5, 8,000. So in fact, the lack of value retention can be the ally of the collector on the secondary market. It's not necessarily a bad thing. MD Chaz, 60s Omega Constellation C-Type. Is the best watch designed by Rajanta? Probably not. That honor belongs to the Royal Oak, but the Omega Constellation is certainly very underrated. Very, very underrated. The pre-owned ones go for around 5 to 6K. I'm sure we are not talking about the Ingenieur Jumbo. Those have broken 30K during the pandemic, and I think they are still around that price range. But there is the so-called skinny Ingenieur, the reduced sized version, which is actually quite nice and rather wearable. And they're a great deal, although still not necessarily at that price point. So I guess if you compare it, however, to the Santos, for example, which I know you are always a big fan of and you like as a style, I suppose that offers a pretty decent deal with the 6,800 US dollar mark, the easily interchangeable bracelets and straps, and again, a genre of watch that has the look of an integrated bracelet watch, certainly has aspects to it that are sporty, if not necessarily sports oriented or activity oriented, but certainly fall into that strong design aesthetic that is very flashy, very dressy, very eye-catching that we associate with Cartier.
Yeah,
So Meets would
it's
take this over the Ingenieur, I take it, huh?
yeah, absolutely. I think the Engineer wins though because it has a screw down crown, but we won't go there. Um, I think when we talk about iconic design here, I mean, it doesn't get aside from the Royal Oak or aside from the Nautilus, it doesn't get much more iconic than the Cartier Santos when you're talking under $10,000, right? Um, and the Cartier Santos, now that they've come out with the new colors, I'm very tempted. I'm very tempted. As a matter of fact, if I can sell my reversal tomorrow to this guy, um, I'm
Mm.
probably gonna go all in on the blue dial Cartier Santos. The biggest challenge will be finding an 80 that will be willing to pick up their phone and make a sale. But yeah, I mean the Cartier is a great watch. It got out of all my watches that I've owned, it got the most noticed. I was explaining to somebody else. Women want to sleep with you. Immediately you get bumped up to first class when you go to the airports.
Mm.
Your bags are immediately taken care of when you go to the hotels. It's comped. You get free drinks when you wear the Cartier Santos. It's a life-changing watch, guys. It's a life-changing watch.
Well, I'll say this in a way. Santos is really a category onto its own. I mean, of course, it deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as the Royal Oak, as the Nautilus, as the Submariner, as with all of these iconic watches. But uh, in another way, it is really the grandfather of them all, right? Because this was the first native wristwatch for men. Louis Cartier designed this piece for his friend Alberto Santos Dumont, the gentleman pilot who wanted to be able to wear something on his wrist, wear a timekeeper on his wrist in the cockpit. That's where those bolts, that's where those rivets on the bezel, and of course in the bracelet version on the bracelet come from, just like the rivets that screwed down the plates on those pioneering airplanes. So in a certain way, this is the most iconic of all iconic men's wristwatches. So Santos certainly deserves an honorable mention, if not more. Um, for me, the new Santos Dumont skeleton that's Cartier presented as part of their novelties in this Watches and Wonders was one of the highlights. And it's a piece where the watchmaking expertise and the design savoir-faire of Cartier really comes together because, as you know, I'm not actually a huge fan of open worked dials or skeletonized watches in general. But I really appreciate the fact that for this project in particular, Cartier actually designed a micro rotor caliber from scratch, adjusted the architecture of that caliber by situating the mainspring barrel and the balance wheel at 1 and 11 o'clock respectively. So you have a very balanced look on the dial. This is the yellow gold limited edition version, 150 pieces with blue enamel details. Here's the micro rotor, which very romantically and in a kind of frivolous way has that miniature model plane, which is very playful and cute, tribute to the aviation heritage of the watch. St. Peter, how are you doing, man? I missed you.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good, nice to see you. What was that playful laugh about? Demetri, please explain.
I just Of course, my mind goes right to the damn gutter with this. When I first seen this, I'm like, is that a butt plug in the corner?
What?
I can't unsee it. It kind of looks like it. When you look at it from a quick glance,
Uh-huh.
it kind of does, doesn't it?
Hmm.
Well, won't you? Isn't isn't that what any insecure man dreams of? To have a genuine phallus on his wrist when he's wearing a wristwatch.
Yeah.
Man, I just feel like they could have done it maybe a little bit better.
Well, what I mean, it may be like those Disney movies. Maybe they did want to give kind of intimate and subtle sexual message with this dial. Which, why not?
Hey, maybe they could have. Actually, this is this is gonna making it too worse. But maybe they could have like another plane on the other corner, and they could touch tips at 12 every time.
Hmm. Hmm.
Oh shit!
I think
Oh.
I think you're onto something there.
Indeed, very much. Um, just like it's like a Michelangelo painting with two phallic objects touching each other so meaningfully and evocatively, as if it is the meeting of the divine and the human. Um, but yes, of course, these are at an interesting price point. I think the limited edition yellow, which is a run of 150 pieces, is around like $45,000. The pink gold is a little less, and the most bang for your buck, which is still a princely sum of money, is the stainless steel version, which is $30,000. And both the pink gold and uh, stainless steel are actually not limited by production, and they have a wonderfully sleek, elegant profile due to the micro rotor caliber. So even 8 millimeters, um, this would be a very cool dress watch and a phallic object to boot. You might not even have to wear a tie around your neck.
Boy, I think these are interesting. If we're talking jokes aside, I think they are interesting. I don't think I'd ever purchase one of these, even if I had the money. It really is a niche thing, I feel like, for collectors.
I have to say this. I mean, again, maybe this is my, maybe the reason I don't like open work dials is because if I were to wear an open work dial on my wrist, I would have to pull an original OC on a daily basis and have to shave my wrists because my arm hair would be sprouting and taking over the watch relatively easily.
See, I
Um,
never thought about that. Of course, I don't have that issue, but yeah, I never thought about that.
Laser. You got to get laser hair removal.
Just wax it. Just wax it. Just perfectly cut out shape for this watch, and just wax that portion off.
But I mean, the comment before about the nature of that shape of that object in there, I would just say, I wouldn't want to make that comparison if it's the kind of thing where you have to hand a loop or a magnifying glass to the lady for her to actually, see the thing.
Nice.
I mean, it's there, but it's
It's just a little shy,
yeah, it's on the shy side. But if you look closely enough, it's still beautiful.
It's cold. There's a little bit of a shrinkage there.
It's just the lighting. It's just the
I
angle.
was in the pool. I was in the pool.
There was significant shrinkage.
But I kind of knew that I could lure St. Peter onto the panel with some Cartier discussion. What do you think about their new releases, St. Peter? Is there anything that you like? Anything that's caught your fancy, made you happy, irked you the wrong way for one reason or another?
Yeah, I mean, increasingly becoming kind of more and more of a Cartier fanboy. So it's for me, I usually find something at least in the past couple watches and wonders that I really like in the Dumont line. Although I was really impressed by the skeleton pieces, my favorite from the Dumont line is the large size yellow gold blue dial. So that's what I would go with. And I really, really love the revisions they made to the American line. I also love the Normal, even though I think it's not as interesting from a design perspective. To me, it seems like it's more of a classical kind of, I mean, this skeleton, that one is amazing. I haven't actually even looked at that in detail yet, but yeah. So if you recall the last time we spoke about this
Yes, sir.
on stream, I referred to the case back and how
Mhm.
the previous version, which is still up on the website, has this kind of bulbous protruding case back. The revised Americana line, and it's not clear to me whether or not it's a separate line that's in the Privé collection or if it's going to become core collection or not, but it has a very nice low profile, slightly curved case back. And I believe the large version has a new manufacturer caliber. So that to me is really interesting. It's a two-hander. I like the fact that mine has the sweep seconds, but I think the two-hander is a lot more classic to the brand.
Mhm.
And it has vertical grain brushing on the dial. And without comparing that to the Sunburst dial that I have, it's hard for me to say which one I think would look more aesthetically appealing in person. But the overall case design, I think, is exceptional. And
Which is something, by the way, that vertical grain brushing is something that they use to very dramatic effect with a lot of the new releases over the last few years, like the Tank Normal, for example. The ones on the bracelet carry that treatment basically to the entire watch, right? You know, it's the case is grain brushed, so is the dial. That creates a very striking and uniform look. I really do like that.
yeah, I think I haven't spent enough time. Unfortunately, I've been quite busy because I did my move on Sunday, so I'm still getting the new place set up, and like I'm just swamped with work. So it's like this is all happening at, of course, like Watch Geek worst time for Watch Geek, basically when
Yeah.
like all the new releases are coming out. Oh man, these dials I think are so cool. It's like when you think about the aesthetic of a stone dial, and they just push that, the fragility of a stone dial, they just push that to the next level where like the indexes are stone, but it's like only the index is stone. And that it just kind of blows my mind because it's so small and delicate. The idea of making that without compromising the integrity of that brittle material is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, these are pretty cool as well. And I can see why they matched the hands with the case material rather than going with the usual blue. But I think I would have loved to see heat blued hands at least in the red and blue versions, really. um I can understand why they might have thought it's perhaps a little too colorful in that way, but the blue could certainly hang like that, and I guess the red too, as long as you keep sapphire cabochon on the white gold.
Yeah, that was one critique I had of that.
Oh,
More kind
sorry.
of
It's platinum, of course. That's why they put the ruby on there, and hence that could have been an interesting proposition. But I think they generally put a ruby on the crown with platinum models, so that's that.
which I think looks great, especially with that more exaggerated capuchon shape. Um, Talking about the colored crown stones, though, to me it's very it's very annoying. They introduce this nice, super at this point in time it might be a little boring, but like the trendy green color to the
Hmm.
core Santos model, but it has like the regular blue cabochon, which I don't even know if it's like a real sapphire or not. Like, the regular the Santos de Cartier, like the steel one on the bracelet.
They don't put real sapphires on their quote unquote base models, from what I was informed.
Right. So it's like if they're already using a spinel.
Spinel, yeah, that's a spinel on
It's
stainless
like,
steel.
God, they should just put a green one on there. Just put a green one. Like, why put this beautiful, like olivey green dial on that watch, and then we'll just put the regular blue crown on there.
Yeah, sometimes it's sometimes they just do things without necessarily thinking. Honestly, I mean, when it
Story of
comes
my
to
life, honestly.
when it comes to people like us in this relatively small pocket of YouTube, sometimes we obsess over these details more than the supposed designers that are that are working on the watches. Believe me on that. Um, so sometimes they just don't think. Things are done because they are always done that way. Um, they have a bunch of crowns for the Santos lying around with the blue spinel on them. So it's going to be put on this watch. They don't particularly care.
I think I would accept that a little bit more from a brand who didn't really care about details and design as much, but clearly, this is not that brand. So it's just one of those things where I think it's like, this is one of their more low end models. And I think sometimes I don't want to say cut corners or cheap out. I just think maybe they don't fuss over the details as much at the lower price point pieces. That to me, as a brand critique, is a little disappointing, but it's a minor critique. This piece, I wanted I used to want the blue dial before I got the tank. I was thinking maybe this one, but it was too large in the blue dial. And I think now both the blue and I believe the green also are offered in the not the extra large, but the large size, which is a no date. Yeah, exactly there. So
No, I mean, you mean the medium. The
or
medium.
is that medium?
Yes, the medium. So it goes, so technically the medium's a small. So it goes medium, large, extra large.
So I tried on the blue from the last generation with the date, which I think was a large, but it wore on the wrist closer to the XL size in the Dumont.
I've been informed that the large is closer to a 42 mil and the medium is closer to a 39 mil.
And with a square case, that
Correct.
always wears a little bit bigger. So I'm really happy about this. I like the fact they got rid of the date. I mean, it's nice to have a date function, but for me, unless it's a calendar complication on a Cartier, it's kind of like, do I really need it? Probably not. So I think
it doesn't even have a screw down crown though. That's that's kind of important in today's line.
That is worrisome. I will agree, but hey, they claim it's 100 meters water resistant.
It can't be water resistant if you can't screw it down. I mean, that's kind of it's an oxymoron.
I love it. This might be, we talk about Cartier, so we can get St. Peter on the panel. Now we'll talk about the screw down crown, so we can have Aussie Expat jump on the panel as well.
I will say this though. In general, I mean, I'm talking in general. What the hell? Why is every watch brand, doesn't matter who, why is every watch brand doing a 3D website where it's just annoying as hell? You try and navigate the Rolex website, forget about it. The Cartier one, your phone damn near crashes because it's trying to load all the video graphics for these watches. It's annoying. Paddock does the same thing. I don't get why everyone wanted to just jump on that agenda. It's hard.
I'm always frustrated when these websites decide, especially these watch brands, they decide to change their website because I get used to navigating them. They're all terrible. I actually think Patek has the best watch website of
It's
them
pretty
all.
good. I mean, Rolex's used to be actually pretty decent, except for some links you would really have to scour, right? The configuration pages weren't necessarily consistently in the same spot in terms of access, but now they rehold the whole thing, so I forgot to navigate the
Oh,
website, and
it's
now I have to
terrible.
figure it from scratch. But yeah, I mean, there are worse. I mean, Alan Gonzone, for example, has by far one of the worst websites in terms of how they miss out on an opportunity of presenting their product in such such an exciting product in such a dull and just purely technical way. It just doesn't make sense. And also, I'm saying this because they clearly have both the resources and the mindset to do it, because when they post videos on their YouTube channel, which I think has not a very large number of subscribers to begin with, they do good work. So they actually know how to present their product, how to talk about their product. They're clearly very excited about everything that they do in that Glashütte manufacture. Sometimes, somehow, the website doesn't translate that. And I think that's, like St. Peter said, a common problem across the industry.
I did figure out how very quickly on the Rolex website today how to get to view all models. That was the most frustrating thing for me, because especially when they're launching new models, you want to just see everything to be like, whoa, what stands out as something I've never seen before, instead of having to go through the configuration interface, which to me is really clunky and slow. And it's pretty easy to get to that, and I think in pretty much every model you can get there pretty quickly. I have this theory about how they changed the website, because the way it's set up right now is similar to how they had the page just for the date set up. Like if you went to the date tab, the page was kind of slightly different, and that's how they have all the references set now.
By the way, do you see what I mean exactly when I said that brushing is something that creates this uniform look that kind of transitions from the case into the dial, even in this particular like Bombay type crystal, kind of like a domed crystal they have used for these Tank Normal versions, and the bracelets are similarly finished too. So it's a very, very nice look that is very elegant without being flashy at all.
It's particularly evident in the five. Was that a 5 link bracelet, or is it?
Yeah, 7 row. I think.
7
Yeah.
link. Yeah, it's pretty obvious on those as well. I remember seeing some of the videos or some of the wrist shots of that, and the graining is very pronounced. I like it. I especially like the platinum.
Oh yeah, well, I'd like one of those as well. Yeah, I mean, forget about the limited number. I can't even imagine what the price tag would be, rather.
Yeah, for this, what do you think? Like 70?
$20, a $5.
I don't even know. I would say probably 70, 75, something like that.
I wonder, actually, this is kind of off the cuff here, but I wonder what strap you're going to get with the Santos, the green dial Santos. Because with the white you get the brown, the blue you get the black. I wonder what strap they'll give you for the green.
For the green dial Santos, what strap would you get or would be offered?
No, like so they always give you one strap extra, right?
Mhm.
So I'm wondering if they wouldn't do a black strap on that. I feel like it would look weird on a black strap.
Don't
It
you
wouldn't look good on a brown.
don't you get your pick?
No, you do not. No.
There was a limited edition or a regional exclusive Pasha released for the Arab market. That was a green dial Pasha with Eastern Arabic numerals.
Yes, sir.
And it came with a beautiful green dial and a similar tone to what they just put on the Santos. And I believe that thing had a nice green crocodile or alligator strap with it as well, like a darker green, kind of emerald color.
In that case, I'm out. I'm out of the green. No, the green strap it's one thing to have a green dial watch. A green strap is another thing to deal with.
I mean, honestly, I think you can twist their arm to give you the strap you want. Come on, I know.
I know. I've tried that. So they'll give you if you want to swap the strap.
Wait,
they'll allow you to do that.
Did you get it from a boutique or authorized dealer? Cartier
Authorized
boutique.
dealer.
Okay, but
Authorized dealer. That's why I was able to get a discount. But I said, can I get the black strap instead? They said, sure. We'll give you the black strap. That'll be $500. I'm like, no. I said, can we just swap? He's like, no. I'm more than happy to give you the black strap, but we cannot swap them.
No, I understand that. I think from the Cartier boutique, I know they can strike you as hoity-toity, but for these kinds of things, they certainly accommodate the customer. And of course, yes, they won't be giving you a discount, but considering how others would charge you for an extra strap, that doesn't seem so great either.
It's whatever. I mean, it kind of sucks anyways. I can't get it from my Minnesota dealer anyways because they lost their license. So, whatever.
Yikes. Sorry to hear about that, Meech.
Not really. I mean, well, it's just, I think they had a fall from grace. I think their best watch right now is IWC, which is laughable.
Oof. That's a low tier.
Yeah, considering that they had Cartier and Omega, and they were working on their Rolex. They were working on their Rolex license, and then when they moved, they just lost it all.
No, look, I mean, IWC is not my favorite brand, but I have a lot of respect for their 80s and 90s legacy for sure that they built with Günther Blümlein and the whole ideal of democratizing complications, offering highly complicated watches such as perpetual calendars, split-second chronographs on a mass-produced level at a relatively accessible price point. And some of the watches they have built in that era with the modifications, with the modulations that Kurt Klaus and Richard Habring devised on the Valjoux 7750 base are still great collectibles, great watches, and offer a significant value proposition on the secondary market too, whether we are talking about, again, the IWC Da Vinci perpetual calendar chronographs or the Doppelchronograph by IWC. It used to be a great brand. I don't like them as much anymore, but it is what it is.
It was kind of funny. I mean, I don't know, maybe not funny, but I don't know. I'm a sick individual, I guess. Anyways, I called them up shortly after they made their move because I wanted to ask them about something. I totally forgot what it was. I think it was about cologne. Anyways, I said, hey, is that true that you guys lost your Cartier license? And they snapped at me and said, first off, we didn't lose our Cartier license. We're just no longer doing business with the brand. Oh, man. Oh.
I love the fact
Whatever.
that they're like a spurned girlfriend. First of all, I
Kind
broke
of, yeah.
I broke up with him.
Exactly.
It's better to get everything clear for the record. Just got to tell it like it is.
Well, they said like it's like we could still service Cartier up until like the end of 2022. It's like we're just no longer we're just no longer allowed to sell the product.
I mean, look, of course, joking aside, I do understand and respect them. A lot of the jewelry stores, they're doing honest business. They are a certain segment of mom and pop kind of store. It's funny maybe from a certain perspective, but it must also be quite difficult for them to lose a dealership. At least they would want to protect their image, right? So I understand that. I respect that, but it is quite
Oh,
funny
for
the way
sure.
they responded to you like
Well, I
that.
mean, like I said, it's a fall from grace. Like it's one thing to lose a Cartier license, right? I mean, it's like okay, you can brush it off, but it's another thing to lose your Omega license too. That's the big one. That's the biggie. And to lose them both in a pair, and then you were banking on getting a Rolex license, then Rolex says, "Oh, you're in a remote location." Yeah, no, we don't want to do business with you. So to lose all three in one sitting, that's gotta hurt.
That does suck. What was I don't think we got the chance to talk about this, St. Peter, since we touched quickly on IWC. What did you think about the Ingenieur revival? Is this a watch that you ever liked? Are you happy that it's back?
Mm, believe it or not, I'm very unaffected by this piece, to be honest, either positively or negatively. I mean, I think if you were someone who was into the aesthetic,
Mhm.
um, and you just kind of needed like one really good, solid, decent Swiss piece, like I think it would be a great piece to have. It does have the heritage. I like the design in general. I know there were some people who were criticizing the price. I can kind of get on board with that because it is definitely more expensive than a sub. And I just don't know why you would opt for this over a Submariner, personally. I'm not really too thrilled about the texture on the dial. I think it's a little bit too pronounced. I think they could have achieved a dial texture that was a little more subtle and that may have been more contemporary. But aside from that, I haven't really taken that much more of a deep dive into it.
I think a lot of people are saying the price, right? Everyone's saying price point, price point. I think IWC might have a tough time trying to offload these. Um, at the very least, you're going to get really steep discounts on these.
Look, I'm not going to rule that out. I'm not going to rule out the possibility of them having a hard time moving these because we are in strange economic times. But consider the fact that for the last decade, but in the last 5 years, in a very intensified fashion, people have been asking for this watch. So like for IWC, they have done a pretty good job in directing their customers for the watches that are in demand, like those colorful Ceratanium pieces, the Petronas AMG Formula One watch, the Pilot's Chrono 41. They have done a good job in pulling the customer into the boutique to do business directly with them, and they were pretty good in offloading those, and whatever you could find on the secondary market for the longest time was with a healthy premium on top. So that model has been serving them well, and I'm sure with this sort of interest, which doesn't always translate into demand. So I don't necessarily disagree with you, Mitch. I think they will be able to sell these. I'm not saying they will necessarily retain that value on the secondary market financially, but I don't think they will have a problem selling these.
I mean, I think it's a cool watch. I think the fact that they solved the fastener alignment issue, although I guess those aren't actually fasteners, they're just
Today they are.
oh, they are.
They weren't in the past.
So you know, it's like I think it's an attractive piece. I'm very particular about certain things, and there's something about the texture on the dial that, yeah, just I don't know. It's like I wish it was like a little more subtle.
I kind of agree. They should have made one with a flat matte black dial and had this one as well. To really have the authenticity on, yeah, have that authentic watch of like this is the OG that we created, rather than this. What's the Triscuit dial? There we go. That's what I nicknamed this one, the
I think
Triscuit dial.
honestly, it's you know, it's the sign of the times. I know what you mean, Saint Peter, when you said they could have made it something contemporary, but as it happens, with these sorts of intricate patterns that are either in olden times applied by hand-guided guilloche or at least CNC guided guilloche, the trend has been towards cost cutting and having them stamped, and that has oftentimes led companies to choose larger patterns. I mean, Royal Oak's trend from petite tapisserie to grand tapisserie to mega tapisserie in Royal Oak offshore is, I think, a good example of that trend. So it didn't surprise me. Of course, I would have rather seen a recreation, a true reprise of the original dial design, or maybe that graph paper pattern they had in some of them. I would have loved to see that, but I can see why they chose it, because it's probably cheaper. Who is cooking the TV dinner?
Oh yes, that's my bad. That's me. I'm putting in dino nuggets.
Oh, I thought that was Meech at the ATM taking out cash for the girls at the club.
I heard a very interesting story about that, but that's for another time. That no.
This is the graph paper dial, by the way, that they used in some of the reduced size.
I mean, like that to me is just so much more appealing. Not that I have a problem with the pattern on the new model. It's just I think it's so much more elegant.
And it fits with that whole theme, right? You know, it's like sketch paper, like engineer or architect or a planner of some sort.
Well, listen, I think this is a great watch for that type of person. You know, I could see an industrial design professional, you know, being attracted to a piece like this. I think it's great. It wouldn't have. It did not catch my attention on the show. You know, I was texting with a friend earlier who sent me a photograph of a 1921 VC that he saw at someone wearing at an airport, and he had asked me, "Oh man, he's like, what do you think of this?" And I told him, I was like, "That's one of my favorite Vacheron Constantin." And he was like, "It looked really good in person." I said, "Yeah, it looks great, except for the fact that it's super expensive." You know, I mean, it's wildly overpriced in my opinion. But I went on to give him my list, which I'll try to quickly blast through here just to get it out of the way. But so for the Rolex stuff, the two pieces that I told him were the standouts for me were the titanium Yachtmaster and the white gold Daytona with the black dial, the reverse Panda. The long Odysseus was by far like my favorite piece because I just think it's such a cool. I think it's such a cool piece. Of course, the cost is crazy. I already mentioned earlier the picks from Cartier. I really liked the one piece I wanted to mention to you, YB, that I didn't before previously was the Patek, the 5224. 24-hour travel time. I really, really like that. That thing is amazing. And I thought the Parmigiani Tonda Platinum was really cool. The Reversos, the Tourbillon Reverso and the Chronograph Reverso, I think are exceptional. And I like the skeleton, the new Antarctique skeleton.
Nice.
So those, like, I feel like that list is probably less edited than it could be, but those are the standouts for me so far.
That's cool. I think by Tonda Platinum you mean just the platinum bezel on this new Minute Rattrapante, which translates kind of the functions of a timing bezel to an additional minute hand. Is that the one you're talking about?
The Parmigiani, I thought I didn't look at it that closely. I thought they released like a full platinum Tonda with a silver dial, like kind of a monochromatic.
Yeah,
and maybe that wasn't a new reference.
That's stainless steel with a platinum bezel.
Is that a new release?
New complication, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, I didn't look at it that closely. I thought it was a full platinum watch.
I don't think so. I might be mistaken, but that's neither here nor there. I think you mean this one. Right?
Oh no, the one I was looking at had a date at the 6 o'clock position. What was that? I thought I saw it on monochrome. Maybe I may have been looking at an old article.
Possibly. Because sometimes this stuff gets recycled.
I think that was the one.
But that's the one that always existed, steel with the platinum bezel, no?
Yeah, I think.
This is all platinum. You're right. Yeah.
So is that new to the catalog, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was just attracted to that. This design has grown on me, so I just like the fact that they brought it out in platinum.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Ozzy.
G'day, how you doing?
Hello. How you doing, Ozzy?
Can you hear me? Am I not?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
All right. Just making sure.
You made Meech run away. Of course we can hear you. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to you yesterday basically about all the releases. Was it yesterday? It was late night, that's for sure. Yeah, so I just put some thoughts together, and it's the same ones that we talked about, and that is like the number one watch, I think, is that white dial GMT.
You mean the
Tudor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start there. We haven't talked about Tudor today. We have to, as you know, we always have to talk about Tudor, Rolex, any permutation of the two.
I haven't even looked at any of the Tudor releases yet.
Okay.
Like, I know they came out with a bunch of new Black Bays in different sizes, right?
It's a very curious release. Like there's a lot of work there, but nothing is really like they're gonna blow you out of the park with it. But it's interesting. It's a lot of work, and ultimately subtle. Okay, they didn't do anything obvious, thank God. We didn't get like a blue P39 or something, or another blue of some other random Black Bay that I never heard of. So thankfully that didn't happen. And I'm glad they didn't do the one I really didn't want, that everyone was like asking for, like it's like asking for an STD or something, was asking for the white dial Black Bay Pro. It's like, come on guys, it's an homage of a very specific watch. It didn't have a white dial. Don't ask for that. That's just you're just asking for white dials for no reason. On the Pepsi at least, I believe that did actually have a white dial at some point, as in like people do or don't know if it existed or not.
It's somewhat apocryphal, but there have over time surfaced a few of them with the white dial, and they are supposed to have been, again, it is an apocryphal story, but they were supposed to have been made for the executives of Pan Am rather than the pilots. But that's just an urban legend for...
So it's urban legend. Is Tudor doing this? Confirmation of the legend?
I don't know.
It's to me, they don't do anything with zero meaning, right? And this got the white dial. I think it looks lovely. Now, in a collection of a person who already owns Rolex, so the Tudor's not just the poor man's Rolex; it's the Rolex owner's Tudor. That's that's true too. A white dial GMT easily sits alongside any other Rolex GMT that you may already have, right? The white dial gives it a pop, a flair. It's different, unless you actually own a white dial GMT.
Well, when Watchbox came for the exhibition to Los Angeles, Mike Manjos, their, I think, global director of sales, and the gentleman who does Around the Crown with Tim Masso on Watchbox Studios, he was there. Great guy, very friendly, very welcoming, and he was wearing Meteorite dial GMT Master 2 in white gold, and that's as close to a white dial GMT you can find in the Rolex lineup, and as close to a white dial GMT you would see on someone's wrist, because again, I think it's really a handful that have publicly surfaced, and even in the most diehard blue blood watch collectors meetings, it's a piece that you would hardly stumble upon.
Yeah, for sure. So it is interesting, the Meteorite Timex Q knockoff. This one on screen, I agree, definitely a Timex Q knockoff.
This is the watch, by the way.
Honestly, the Timex Q is like, it's the right product, but it just looks so vacant to me that it's very hard to love, in my opinion. Like it just looks so vacant.
I do think that I like the white dial because with the blue and the red, it's a lot more patriotic, and that works for me. Like the GMT, I always thought of that as the watch from the Rolex collection, that it would be like, I'm gonna wear that on the 4th of July, the
Right.
Pepsi, like. And so this just actually solidifies that even more.
But by the way, I'm working on arranging a soundboard for the show. That's going to be one of the things that I will add. Like at least a couple of lines from "Proud to be an American."
Got to get it in there.
I got to say, Tudor prices are starting to get a little high.
Yeah,
Starting.
it's almost like they think they're Oris or something.
No, they're starting to get a little high. Like I think the Black Bay 58 going up in price, a little uncalled for. They could have at least done something like, oh, it's sub model update, as in they throw the T-fit clasp on there and it costs an extra $300. You know what I mean? You don't get nothing for something, right? So you're getting something for something. Maybe it's not worth all of that, but at least you got something for something. And I think that did happen with the Speedmaster when they went to the 3861. Yeah, okay, it was a big price increase, but they did add a few little things that were upgrades in quality, hacking movement, applied omega indices, so on and so forth. It doesn't really justify the price increase, but it's something for something at least. And a lot of the Tudor price increases are nothing but that. But, it's Rolex too. But I'm not going to defend Rolex. I think in general, Rolex prices are okay, but, I really dislike seeing nothing for something like that. Even like in any place that I go to, like if you're going to make this combo more expensive, throw in like a little Dixie cup ice cream to make the pain go away, please. with my 3-piece combo.
Yeah, I mean the price thing, it's tough because the pieces that they have that I'm attracted to are the things that are hard to get, like that piece right there. Not hard to get, like you can't get one, but like it's just unique.
Mm-hmm.
Like for a full bronze watch, I wish the silver version was full silver. Does this have a solid case back, or is this?
Yeah.
So I wish that the silver had a solid. I wish this exact watch was just available in silver instead of bronze. Like that to me would be amazing. With the Explorer dial, I think that would be really cool. I also like the black ceramic version. Like I like the fact that they're doing stuff with more interesting materials. I think.
By the way, you are the only person whom I actually trust when they say that I would love to see silver, with a 925 silver bracelet, because 99% of the people who say that have never taken care of silver in their entire life. So they don't know how much of a pain in the ass it is to have a watch that's not only silver case, but on a silver bracelet for daily wear. Imagine the kind of TLC that would require over time. But you know how to work with these materials. So
Well, Tudor claims that they put something in the alloy, like they put some extra aluminum or something like that.
It didn't work though.
I haven't seen one that's been extremely patinated. I mean, I have seen some dark ones. I remember Tim Masso put one on. He just brought it on camera one day saying like, "Hey, I just want to show you guys what can happen to this." And but I think my experience wearing sterling jewelry is that the areas that touch your skin stay bright, like that bright white metal. And it's the areas that don't touch your skin that end up getting dark black. And so it would be like the recesses of the bracelet, the areas of the case that you never touch.
Mm-hmm.
Those things would get really dark black. And anywhere that you're actually touching all the time, it would remain that kind of bright silvery white color. And like, I actually want to own a piece for it to patinate that way. Like that to me would look like a really cool piece of jewelry. But who knows? I mean, there might be other maintenance issues with it. I mean, it's a very soft metal. I'm sure it's going to get dinged and dented, but some of the charm with vintage, especially vintage that's been worn, is if it's not excessively abused but worn well, it can actually look nicer than a brand new out of the box piece. So.
Well, with the right material as well. The Black Bay ceramic, I really love it on paper. In person, I'm like 85% of the way there, and I can't put my finger on why I'm not 100% there. Like I don't want it on a bracelet. I think the strap is good. So I'm really not sure what fails from pushing this over the edge in terms of like, why is this not a knockout piece? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb.
Is the I think it was Pocket Watch time, because I know he bought a silver one. He bought a silver Black Bay, and I think it was just an Instagram chat one day. I was asking him about this piece, and he said that the rotating bezel is not full ceramic. He seemed to think that there's like a PVD coated perimeter ring, almost like what they did with the Daytona. Like the new Daytona is like not just ceramic out to the edges, like a metal ring. And that, to him, I haven't actually handled one of these in person, so I have no idea what it's like in person. But is that what it looked like to you, or did the bezel seem like solid ceramic?
I didn't look at it that closely. For sure, the insert is ceramic. Now it's completely plausible that the actual bezel is steel and PVD, like you mentioned, and it's also very plausible that the crown is also not actually ceramic, and maybe even the case back. I didn't look too closely. I wouldn't hold too much. I wouldn't hold it against the watch too much though. Like for example, the Yachtmaster. I think there are parts on that watch that are also in steel, specifically the crown and maybe the bezel as well. Not the bezel insert, but
So
I think it is titanium. But you know,
by,
it wouldn't
by the
surprise me
way,
if it wasn't.
it's I mean it's explained, by the way, in the specs, not that it's hidden. So open case back in black PVD treated 316L steel with sapphire crystal, and for the
crown, yeah.
bezel, it says unidirectional rotatable in black PVD treated 316L steel with 60-minute graduated disc in black ceramic, just like you guessed, Oz, with sunray satin finish and engraved markings and numerals. And the clasp of the bracelet is also PVD, black PVD treated steel.
So I know generally with ceramic watches, I don't know. Has a manufacturer figured out how to make case backs ceramic? Because they're usually like titanium or stainless or some other kind of metal. I think even the Royal Oaks have a metal case back, is not full ceramic. So that's, I think, because it's like against your wrist and you don't really see it, I kind of like don't care about that as much. But to me, I feel like this thing is going full black, like the murdered out black look, where especially that bezel, the knurling on that bezel is very fine. And I could just imagine, even though I like my de facto that's PVD has held up exceptionally well for, the almost, now I've had it for 7 years. The sharp edges are where the PVD coating wears off. So I can just imagine all those outside points that you see of the knurling. Those are all just going to become bright. Now, does it matter? It's hard to say without seeing it. But I could also see, spending close to $5,000. Right. Are these up to 45 now? Or are they still?
I think they're over 5.
Yeah, they're right over 5,000, if I'm not mistaken. 525, $5,025. Quickly, super chat by Nick Butter, $9. Hi panel, hi everyone. I have no suggestions today, just channel support. I appreciate you, Nick. $9. It's very good. Do either of you know if Watches and Wonders have any live streams? Absolutely. I'm dropping the link to their YouTube channel. They actually, sometimes they have also panel discussions and special events, but for sure, every day they have 2 shows, an early show, a morning show, where they usually have brand CEOs and representatives coming in and sitting down for like a 5-10 minute interview, and then collectors and other familiar faces talking about the new releases and sometimes trying on and presenting some of the examples. So check it out, subscribe to their channel, and you'll you'll be able to catch them live. If you don't, they end up posting it almost right away on the same channel, and they're very easy to consume. Um, sometimes a lot of people say a bunch of stuff without, well, talk a lot without saying anything, which is okay. They're industry people, so you'll have to excuse them for that. But still, once every so often, they're interesting bits of information and some fascinating presentations. And I hate to be a pig here, but the women who present those programs are also just stunningly beautiful. I'll have to simp for them live here. So send them my respects if you get in the chat and comment somehow.
Yeah,
Speaking of burnishing, by the way, I did a video on this as well, but in the chat, people are talking about Karl Lagerfeld's PVD coated Royal Oak. Over the years, it had gotten patinated in such a beautiful way.
I like that.
So it's not always for the worst, but I can see the kind of thing that St. Peter is describing. But precisely because it's on the edges and on certain points, it can also give this effect of a burnish.
Yeah. For many years, I left this particular knife out of my rotation because it's anodized aluminum scales, and it was just such beautiful scales. I didn't really want to get scratched up, but you know what? Eventually, I'm like, there's no point just babying it forever. At some point, I really actually want to use the knife, and so I just use it now. And the way that it scuffs is just it's a part of the charm, and it's a more hard-wearing knife as well. Anyway, like it's a black stone wash, so it's not meant to be pretty. You just gotta. Some materials you got to accept, and PVD is one of those things. Now, you're right, St. Peter, to bring it up on a ceramic watch. Is that look going to be nice? I doubt I would actually brutalize it that much. But, it's worth considering.
For me, again, this is not a deal breaker, but this is the 41 millimeter Black Bay case, so it's a smidgen larger than the Black Bay 58, and that's something to consider. It still wears really well on the strap, I have to say.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't feel like the size that it's quoted at, so it wears very well.
If I had a choice right now, and they were all in stock, I would probably still go with the 39 Pelagus. From the entire catalog, I think that would be the one that I would pick.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that titanium Yachtmaster, those two watches side by side, I think I go for the Pelagos.
I think it wins just because of value, and it doesn't have the date.
I was hoping, to me, everything about it actually looks better.
I was hoping there were going to be Submariner releases, but I heard some people online today talking about the fact that I guess Rolex officially changed the anniversary date, even though the watch was released in, what was it, 53 or 63 or
50 Submariner, you mean? 53.
Yeah, 53. So 53, but then I heard someone say something about, they changed Rolex officially changed the anniversary date.
Yeah, of course you should believe it immediately when you hear it on some live stream,
especially online,
when it relates to Rolex,
right.
Because the first thing they do when they take these decisions is to leak it to some random YouTuber.
Right. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, who? But if it is the anniversary year, they didn't do anything yet. Still time to do something. But
yeah, I mean, the last Submariner release was in September, so who knows? I think this looks better because there's no date. It's not 42 millimeters, thankfully. And then there's a lot of other aspects that are pretty much the same. Red text instead of white text. These are all improvements that
Massive
I
improvements.
like. And as a whole, I like it. I like it.
Why do we like it so much? I mean, I know I'm a vintage head and I love it, but like it's one of those inexplicable things that, you know, you see a red writing on a dive watch dial and something clicks, you know, almost primal. I mean, it's
I
so
have a
strange.
I have a theory about I don't know what it is about that particular color scheme, but like the combination of red, black, and white, just graphically, especially when one of the elements is sparsely used. Like if it's an equal amount of each, it's kind of like, you know, but like I've done like a few different studies of this, you know, just in doing some design work, and you can kind of flip them, right? Like you can kind of like do like like you can imagine a sheet of paper that's blank white piece of paper with you know, a bunch of red on it, and then just like one little area of black, and like that can be very dramatic. And then it could be the reversed way, you know, like any one of these things. And there's just something about those three colors that work.
Right.
And I think it's the lack of the lack of any kind of other chroma, you know, like black and white are these polar opposites, and like red is this thing that it's the color of our blood, you know. It's like inherently in us. And so it just, I don't know, like to me, like that's what it is. Like when I see that little bit of red on there, like it's almost like, oh, it's like a drop of blood or something, you know.
The same is also true on the Black Bay 58, where you have the slightest hint of red on the bezel.
The triangle, right?
And
Which
it really
that was
pops.
that was
It
a
does actually pop.
heritage. That was a heritage thing from the sub, right? They used to have red triangles on the Submariners.
Yeah, 6538 especially is the inspiration behind that. Of course, the so-called Big Crown, and Tudor in 7524 had its version. It's yeah, it's an interesting question for me. Of course, have have to be something more primal about it, but certainly for me, it's very reminiscent of a vintage aesthetic, and that's by now really part of Tudor's modern DNA. So it makes sense for them to have that red writing.
Is it
I can tell you.
1680? Is that the reference?
Which one?
The 1680? The Submariner with the red text on it?
So the famous Submariner date with the red writing is 1680. Yes.
Yeah, I can tell you why I noticed the red. It's because I first came into watches in the thousands, in the noughties, and there were very few articles on watches at the time. There was some, right? I mean, just an ocean now, but back then it was all about red subs and ghost bezels and stuff like that. So I know it's special because I was told it was special. It's really not. I don't try to say more than I was influenced at a young age.
Well, I could say the same thing about the Odysseus chronograph. I could say, oh, well, it's got some accents of red, which remind me of the Submariner. That's why it looks good. But I actually I know that combination of colors looks good.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know. I mean, I feel very strongly about that aesthetically.
I do too. Like all my competition rifles are black with red highlights.
Yeah, I mean that's like HK's branding is
That's
like
true.
black and red, and like all their stuff is like looks amazing. Prada, you know, they have the black and red thing going on, of course, with like probably white text also, or black text. It just works. It's the color that the devil would wear.
Yeah, this is the video I did earlier with Black Bay 54. So I was bringing up examples of vintage Rolex and Tudor subs that kind of form the inspirational core of the Tudor line today. But this is the kind of sub they were copying, the early, very early version, the 6204 with the pencil hands, which I kind of consider a missed opportunity of sorts. I mean, I understand for the Black Bay series, the snowflake hands have become part of the fabric. Um, the Ranger release for me was a moment where I started believing, will they take chances with other models and other releases to sometimes, you know, let go of the snowflake hands? It didn't happen, because this would be the ultimate Rolex thing to do, kind of out Rolex and Rolex, in the sense that they would do something that other than what everyone asks for. You know, you want Mercedes hands? We'll give you authentic Submariner hands. Here's the ones we used in 1954, right? So I was really expecting something like that. Didn't happen, which is too bad. But I'm not that irked anymore by the snowflake hand. It used to be one of my pet peeves, but over time, I genuinely got used to it.
Swing Kangaroo has a super chat on the 54.
Very nice. $4.99 swinging kangaroo, and thank you, Ozzy, for drawing my attention. I like 54 red with rubber. I won't do 16% off, but I won't do for 16% off at minimum. I'm a cheap punter. Come on, SK. Come on. It reminds me of my first ever Swiss watch, Omega 300 meter, blue automatic, bang per buck. Look, I'm a huge fan of the Black Bay 54. I tried to explain it in my short video from earlier today. But to sum it up here, to me, first of all, on a less obvious perspective, it really harkens back to a time and to some fond memories I have about Tudor having an entire range of subs in 33 millimeters, 35 millimeters, 37 and 39 millimeters. You know, they had the junior sub, right? They had the mini sub. They had subs that were sized for women who wanted to wear the style but thought that the regular version was too big. So it reminds me of that time, but more importantly, it is like the first references of the Rolex sub and the Tudor sub, like the 6204 for Rolex, like the 7522 for Tudor, which were actually 37 millimeter cases and which came with bezels that were ungraduated and rather plain. And I think it's nice to have that sort of variety. You know, Tudor again has been so successful that it has also attracted a lot of detractors, right? You know, they release Black Bay 58s with different dials and different bezel colors. They get hate for that. They try to do something different. They get hate for that too. But commercially, they continue to be extremely successful.
Yeah, I don't I need to spend more time with the new releases. I haven't actually looked at them that closely. I know that smaller sizes in general, I'm glad that that trend seems to be continuing, because it's I just think it's better. I think it's going to make the hobby more accessible to more people, because not only women, but I've heard several men who I've talked to just be like, it's just, I don't want to wear this thing. It's not the right size, or they just don't think it looks good. And going back to Cartier, we didn't mention the Benoit, Did you see that video of Wei and Eleanor trying that on? And
Yeah,
he
look,
put it on with the bangle bracelet.
yeah. I mean, look, I love Wei as a character. I think he's. I'm so happy that he is part of that whole scene, and I watch every single video, and I have fun. He's entertaining. He's engaging. He he always brings a certain enthusiasm, which I related my objections before. When you are enthusiastic about everything, when everything is amazing, wonderful, groundbreaking, revolutionary, it's a little stale, and it becomes less credible as a serious source. And I regret that, because when you look at some of Way's earlier writing with Revolution, it's very research oriented. It's absolutely the opposite of fluff. It's very substantive. It's very rich in historical detail. Um, so I miss some of that. The more these kinds of characters get integrated into the industry, they become um, creatures of the industry. So that's somewhat lamentable, but at least he's still entertaining, and maybe more entertaining now than he was ever before. So him trying those minuscule Bagnolars and other bejeweled Cartier watches was nice, and I can actually see him wearing some of them in earnest for sure.
Well, I think the comment that is his colleague's name, is her name Eleanor?
Eleanor, yeah, Eleanor Picciotto.
I think the comment that she made is she was like, oh yeah, you could wear, like an actual full size watch on one wrist and just wear this on the other wrist like it's a piece of jewelry. And I thought about that and I was like, actually, that's kind of cool, because the person who blew my mind when I started going to watch meetups in the city um, is this amazing character, uh, New York, a New York native that wears some of the tiniest watches I've seen. And the guy has just this really cool vintage aesthetic. He looks super old school, and he weighs poor. Oh my god, poor way.
But the meme is amazing. Apparently, it wasn't him who invented it, but I'm glad he has this sense of humor. Someone sent it to him.
Oh, did he credit? Did he credit the?
No, he says, whoever created this is a genius. I bow to you, sir or ma'am. Yeah.
Oh, his poor foot. But like a lot of people would say, "Oh, that watch is tiny. It's too small." But like you put it on the wrist, especially with that bracelet, and it's just no. It just looks like a watch.
I was a little disappointed by Cartier's releases actually. Last year
Really?
they really blew me away. I loved everything they did. Now, not all of them were for me, but of course, but I was really blown away by almost everything they had. In this release, I only really loved that skeleton Santos with the plane on it. That's really fun.
Honestly, maybe I'm on my, just like St. Peter, I'm on my Cartier fanboy arc recently. I've basically lapped up everything they released. I also loved, actually, my favorite of all time, the Santos Dumont is a little predictable, but the one that even surprised me was the tricolor mosaic dial Tank Louis.
I
That's
believe
the one I love
they
most.
refer to that as the Trinity.
Yes, just like the
Cool.
rings. Yeah, let me bring a picture of that up.
I look. I think Cartier are gonna kill it again. They're gonna accelerate. Like, I don't think Omega has any hope of catching up.
No way.
Because Cartier's got really good watches at really attractive price points, in my opinion. And Omega are sort of like, their value proposition is just going straight into the toilet. You know, they're really jumping the shark if they think they can just pound the prices up without increasing the quality.
Well, Omega has higher performing mechanical pieces, which, you know, that appeals to people who actually want a sports watch, and that appeals to people that are geeks, you know, that sit at computers all day long that don't actually need a sports watch.
Right,
But
these
Cartier,
numbers-driven people like myself, we're price sensitive when you start trying to take too much. You know,
exactly.
we'll
But
add up the numbers.
but you take any one of these pieces that this heritage brand makes, and okay, sure, you know, it's the same case shape, but it's been the same case shape for over 100 years for a reason. Like, it just works. Like, it's just a classic, beautiful design. And what's, I think, incredibly successful about what they do, which Omega does not do, is when they do limited editions, they're incredibly limited. So the collectability aspect with this brand is through the roof.
Can I?
And now that they're gaining traction, it's just getting more and more that way.
Can I tell a little story without giving any names, because I don't want to impinge on anyone's privacy? But when the Cartier Pebble was being released as a limited edition last year, I met someone who was invited to their manufacturer, was given the VIP treatment, you know, with special menu waiting for him in the hotel room, etc. The tour of the manufacturer and the whole 9 yards. And the next morning when he woke up, he talks to the representative and asks, "So when am I getting my allocation of the Cartier Pebble?" And they're like, "Oh, we're terribly sorry, sir. We don't actually have one for you." And I mean, after a lot of push and pull and the intervention of a store manager that this very, very important collector, by the way, of not only Cartier but a lot of other prestige watches, he finally got his allocation, but it needed a lot of extra legwork, and he was left very frustrated by it. But that should tell you, you know, how limited some of these are. I think that was maybe 150 pieces or something, but apparently they flew over maybe 151 people
Right.
to the manufacturer.
I mean, did this individual, did they fly on the one of the Cartier aircraft?
No comment, but
Okay.
I think it was taken well care of.
Just curious, because I know they have that whole special treatment. Some of these
Wow.
brands, they have that whole special treatment.
That's wild, because I actually asked if what, you know, what would be the process of getting the tank chinois skeleton from I think it was last year, the tank chinois skeleton, and 2 different dealers said, "Oh yeah, let us know, like, if you're interested in that one." And I'm like, "You know how to get one?" It's like, and nothing came of either one, but they were like really excited about trying to sell this, but I've got no idea how you actually get one.
Well, I think, you know, look, the boutiques themselves would probably try to kind of size you up a little bit if you go to one of those Cartier boutiques, whether, you know, in Vegas or somewhere in Southern California, New York, London, whichever. They'll probably try to sell you some jewelry first. If you really stand your ground and, you know, tell them that you're only interested in watches, they will probably try to sell you 1 or 2 regular production watches, and then probably consider you seriously for some of these limited editions. I mean, you might not be able to get the Tank Normal in platinum on the full bracelet, or last year's Pebble, which was a very limited piece as well. Stuff like that. Maybe you won't get, or like the Cartier Crash Tiger. You won't
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that one, even if you have the money. But something like this, I'm sure they would let you get after you get the Santos with them, and
Mhm. Interesting.
actually
Yeah,
establish a
like they didn't
relationship
even get to
with them.
that part. Like I think one of the issues for them, and so these were actually watch ads, so they didn't have jewelry to sell. So I think one of the problems is I think they're so used to just selling just a shit ton of Cartier watches that this trying to cater for someone who wants something special from them is just not something that is really their bread and butter. Like they've got Cartier watches that make them good money that they can sell to customers and be happy with. Meanwhile, the Rolex game is like, oh, this customer wants this. What can I feed them to this? And stuff like that. But in Cartier, it's sort of like they're just used to saying yes. That even when I asked for something that's, kind of a little bit unobtainium, they just said, yes, smile, let us know if you want that one. Because that's, I'm like, well, what, how do I, like, I didn't even know the price at the time. I don't know, exactly like whether or not it was available on the website when just like that when it came out. But yeah, lo and behold, I think the Tank Chinois, the skeleton, the reason I was sort of not super hot in terms of like I'll buy it is because I think it's the perfect watch for my mother-in-law. Basically, she's like a little bit of a Chinese boss lady. She owns a lot of property, and she could use a nice boss lady watch. And if you look at that Tank Chinois skeleton, it's this really interesting combination of feminine but also masculine. Like it just sort of really straddles the line really, really well. Like those solid bars, top and bottom, the fact that it's a real, timepiece, not just a quartz model or something like that. It's a real boss lady watch, I think.
Yeah,
I
I mean
think these
it's like
cases are on the larger size.
it's really like I have to say the way you described her sounds great, because this is also the kind of watch that can end up wearing you, but the woman you are describing can certainly wear this watch, because it is really kind of a larger than life design, even without the skeletonization. It's very intricate, very multifaceted, um, legible, but also very much jewelry like. It's very unique.
Yeah. And at the time, up until recently, she'd spend a lot of money on just absolute trash jewelry, just trash. And Rolexes here and there, but the ones that the 80s want to sell, like the jewelry studded, tiny ladies' pieces and stuff like that. And she sent a WhatsApp image to us about like I think 3 or 4 months ago, showing that her husband he got a Santos in steel with the blue dial, no white dial, sorry, and she got a gold Santos Dumont with diamond bezel. I'm like, when did they get tasteful? Since when are they choosing things that aren't utter shit? Yeah, so I'm glad that they've started to actually look at, something nice.
Yeah, to me also, like uh, gold or any precious metal Cartier watch on a woman is like very old money look, even when it's something special and intricate like this, rather than just being your garden variety tank, which can be a bigger statement because it is, such a um, symbol, such an icon, such a status marker. Um, it's a great look for sure.
Do little side topic, but do either of you gents watch Succession?
Oh, can I? I actually wanted to present on something, and you guys are a great, two great interlocutors for that, and Succession plays into this. So Jean Arnaud is really making his play on on succeeding his father, and as you guys might know, he's the youngest actually of five children, right? And he was in many ways the most obscure one until maybe 2 years ago, and he was assigned to LVMH's Louis Vuitton's watch division, I think a few years ago anyways. So he first revived using the complications workshop and high horology workshop, La Fabrique du Temps, as part of Louis Vuitton to get back Daniel Roth, which he wrested away from Bulgari. And apparently, Nick Fox just wrote about this on Financial Times today. He is also reviving the Gérald Janta brand, which was under Bulgari's auspices again until as recently as last year. They released that Mickey Mouse by retrograde watch with the football in the run-up to the Qatar World Cup in 2022. And now he's bringing back the brand. Do you think he might be the one?
When did this little shit get so tasteful? Well, I was happy enough that everything he did I despised, but okay, we'll see what happens.
Big Meech, $9.99. Today's episode brought to you by Dino Nuggets and Kitty Ears. Keep the ears on. Inside joke, guys.
Dino Nuggets, those suck, man. Just get the regular nuggets.
I mean, since nuggets in general are such a choice, meal in the pyramid of nutrition.
I go for the less mechanically separated chicken.
I've tried, but they don't taste as good.
That is true.
I've tried. I know what you're talking about. Like I tried to do like the chicken strips. They're not. The texture's not very good. I don't know.
So I mean, this is very, very interesting news. And again, for Jean Arnaud to make these moves, I know his sister is now CEO of Dior. His older brother, I think his name is Frederic. He's the CEO of Tag Heuer. And this guy was really in the shadows of everyone else, but suddenly he's starting to make moves, and maybe he will emerge at the top, in a few years when his father.
Isn't he the CEO of Tag?
No, he looks exactly like like his
looks
older
the same
brother.
age as
to
well.
be fair, but that's a different guy.
I thought these were the same person.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about. The
I do
Tag
not.
guy.
I don't pay
Frederick?
enough.
Oh, no, okay,
I don't
okay.
pay enough attention to these royal families.
I mean, you were just talking about Succession, so let's be fair.
It's okay when it's fiction. When it's the real world, that's when I'm like, eh.
Okay, so he's staking his claim as the good son, basically.
So
He's younger, but he's not necessarily complete shit.
So this is Frederic, who is the Tag Heuer CEO, and the other guy is Louis Vuitton's director of watches.
Do you want to comment on Frederic in charge of Tag?
What do you want me to say?
I don't know, man. Like the Mario releases, so bad.
Look, I think it's Tag is always hit or miss. I actually, when they do the reissues, with just the Hoya branding.
Right.
They're very conscious,
Octavia.
even self-conscious to a level, right? They know that they are really trying to appease a different kind of customer. Whereas with the newer releases, I feel like they're really trying too hard, and a lot of times across the board, I think it's a little overpriced. Like the whole lab-grown diamonds shtick, the whole material experimentation shtick, skeletonization, etc. It just seems too much to me. But there are aspects of the Tag Heuer brand that I really appreciate. The chronographs, be it Carrera, Altavia, Monaco, they're all icons in their own regard. So I can't deny the entire brand, just because I don't like some of the directions they take.
Right. I met someone at a poker game, like a neighborhood poker game here, and someone mentioned that they're into watches. I'm like, oh, cool. Like, what have you got on? It's like it was a nice Seiko or something, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, pretty cool. It's a good start. And then, yeah, these are terrible.
You gotta get those more crispy, man. Those are not done enough.
Air fryer. That's what you need. Hey, do you want to do an air fryer stream?
These dinosaur nuggets are amazing.
Because I mean, I've done air fryer streams, and they've been the thing of legend amongst the watch community, with me and
Crappy.
Crappy, yeah. But anyway, I was talking to him, and he had a few mishits in terms of like things that he likes and whatever. It's like a little questions like, oh, if Rolex, the one that you should get is the one that's it's like the timekeeping one, the chronograph. That's the one you should get. I'm like, oh, okay. I think it's called the Daytona. Okay, all right. So his knowledge is barely there, and then another part of the conversation goes, what I really, really want, what I really love, tag.
Ew!
Don't kill me. I'm trying to be this guy's friend. He's like he doesn't know what the Daytona is a Daytona, and he's expressing his grail as a tag. It doesn't even have a specific tag. It's just tag.
I had a very similar experience with a guy that he was a regular at a bar I used to hang out at, and it was the same thing. It's like I was talking about watches just because I was so obsessed. No one else at this place was a watch guy, but he was ex-military. And so he had this kind of like being ex-military, he was into like tools and instruments and weapons and things of that nature. And I remember he showed me this picture of this tag that he bought, and he was like, I love this thing, man. It's awesome. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a good brand, and like I had to do the whole kind of like, yeah, that's a cool watch, like nice buy, and like, I just couldn't. I wasn't. I wasn't friendly enough with him at the time. I also knew that he was like a former sniper, so I was kind of like, and like this was like a guy that like he didn't tell me this, but another person at the bar one night told me. He was like, that guy carries, right? Which like in other states is not that big a deal, but in New York City that's very uncommon. People don't carry pistols around in New York City. So
why it's illegal, no?
No, you can do it.
De facto illegal.
Isn't it like damn near impossible to get a license to carry in New York because it's so liberal?
Actually, believe it or not, the Supreme Court just changed that. But it's of course all this stuff is always floating in the balance in the courts. But there was just a decision, I think, within the past year or so made by the current Supreme Court that essentially it was something about the interpretation of the constitutional amendment, basically saying like, okay, yeah, it doesn't matter what the states say, like this is your right. It's the Constitution. Anyway, whatever. It's
okay, so it's not, sorry to use the double negative, but it's not illegal anymore in the city of New York to carry a firearm.
Well, you still need a license, but what they were doing in the past was only approving licenses for people who were celebrities and whoever paid the police department off enough. And they found that out like as many times over all across the country in these states where there was a May issue. Either it was celebrities or you just paid them off. Like you gave a $10,000 donation to the
To the
sheriff's.
policeman's ball.
Yeah, something like that. So it was all about corruption, basically.
Classic corruption. Well,
Yeah.
my understanding is in the city, and I never actually went through this because, you know, there were times where I was like, oh, I feel like I want to be able to carry, but then I was like, all that would do is increase the likelihood of me potentially killing another person. So I was like, it's probably better for me just like not to carry a pistol around, because luckily I haven't had too many issues in the city where I feel like I need to carry one. So I just decided like, this is only going to increase that likelihood,
Right.
you know? So
I
was like,
stopped.
I thought I
stopped
needed a gun
carrying.
the other day on the golf course. You know, it's one of the few places I'm not carrying. So, I mean, I don't know what your life is like. It must be heaven. I don't know.
well, no, it's actually, I mean, you know, there's sometimes when you're in a situation and it's scary, you know, and I just, you know, I just hope and pray that I don't become a victim in that situation. I'm situationally aware as best as possible. Keep my eyes and my ears open, and you know, I try to be polite to people. I try to acknowledge people and, you know, make eye contact when it's obvious people want to make eye contact with me. When it's obvious people don't want to make eye contact with me, I'll look elsewhere, but I'll also pay attention to what they're doing.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, these are all just things like, this is like street smarts, as they say, you know, like classic kind of street smarts. And I mean it when I say, like, you know, if I was carrying around a pistol and I was put in a situation where it's like, I'm going to know how to use this thing right now. Like, even if my life was at risk and I was in a situation where it's me or them, like, I don't want to kill somebody. Like, I don't want to shoot someone. I don't want to potentially not hit my target and hit someone else in the background. Like, I just don't, I don't want to.
I think it's more of a legal headache is what you're aiming for. I mean, even if you are 100% justified, it's the legal headache that lasts months that you have to
Yeah,
jump
yeah.
through.
No,
It
it's
can ruin
more.
your
I
life.
think it's more of a moral thing. You know, like if
Screw the morals. I mean, it's just a headache on
Well,
it's a lot of paperwork. Come
Meech,
on now.
there's a lot of
listen,
paperwork.
Meech, I know you don't fear God the way that I do, but I'm a good God-fearing person, you know, so there's a difference there, you know.
I
Well,
love
no,
how
I
you
fear
put
God just as much as the
the
next
word
guy.
there, but
Yeah. The way I see it, so I've got a wife and 2 kids. My life is very, very important, quite frankly, and the least I can do is carry a gun. Like that's the least I can do. Like that's a starting point. If you see me in public, I'm carrying a gun. It's really that simple. So it's just the least I can do, right? There's no real tax for carrying a gun, so I'll always have a gun. It's just by my side. Like if I've got my keys, I've got my gun.
My partner showed me a video of her brother, who's a New Yorker, you know, he actually got busted buying components from a gun show, you know, and he lives in Texas now, and he had a job working at a shooting range for a while, and now he's a security guard. And he was posting a video on his social media of him at the range, and it was, I don't know what the technical term is, but it was like holstered, draw, like shoot multiple targets like really quickly, and he's hitting every single one of them.
You should see Aussie's original channel with Mrs. Aussie Expat doing similar things.
Yeah,
It's
Miss Aussie Expat's actually pretty good at shooting.
I know from what we've talked about. I apologize, Aussie. I still haven't gotten that deep into your channel to see all that stuff, but I know from our conversations, like, you know, the type of, like, I know this is probably your world, you know, and I know just from my experience, those are the type of people who I actually trust with carrying, you know, because it's like, oh, they actually train, like they know the rules, they know the safety, they know all that kind of stuff.
Right.
You're
You know,
welcome.
No,
right.
yeah, you're right. You absolutely have a grave responsibility, and I don't take that lightly, basically. So,
No, Ozzy, I stopped caring actually. So like when I got to my 21st birthday, me and my buddy actually took that was like the first thing we did. We didn't drink. We actually went and got our CCW, and yeah, after I realized I was a massive alcoholic, I stopped carrying, but I still keep the license because it's easier when you buy rifles and everything else, shotguns, to present that rather than fill out the paperwork. You can bypass the paperwork at that point if you have the CCW.
yeah, in many states, thankfully.
CCW, CCW, CCW.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
what was that about Succession earlier that you wanted
Oh,
to mention?
yeah, and I'll just so I don't know if anyone else on the stream actually watches the show, but I think it's great. I think it's one of the best TV dramas in recent years. And of course, I'm like the HBO fanboy. I don't like everything that HBO produces, but I do believe HBO has been producing some of the best dramatic content for decades now, basically since Oz, through The Sopranos, through so many of the shows. And I think Succession is one of the best ones of recent years. And I'm partial to Brian Cox. I think he's like an incredibly talented actor. I think of the popular like Hollywood type actors, movie actors, I think he's probably one of the best living ones. And I do believe that he's also like a classically like Shakespearean trained actor as well. So, you know, uh, it's worth watching if you haven't seen it. Let's put it that way. But what's interesting about it is there's a progression of watches in the movie, right? So a lot of these characters they're the fraction of the one percenters, essentially like top tier billionaires that control the world. Like that's what all these characters are in the show. And they all have their fancy watches, and it's interesting to see how they're styled per the characters. And certain characters wear the same watch the whole show, and other characters, their watches change throughout the show. So there's this one character, Tom, that he's progressed. He's climbed the ladder since the inception of the show. I think we're in like season 4 now. That just aired. The first season of season 4 aired on Sunday. So season 1, season 2, he was wearing Cartier Santos, and now in season 4, he's wearing the AP Chrono. So like that to me is it's just really interesting to watch that progression in the show. And I don't know if it's just that these actors, you hear stories about actors wanting to wear their piece in movies. I think there was like a movie, I think it was actually Bill Murray, or I forget who the actor was, but he had a Patek that he wanted to wear. And then the director was like, sure, wear the watch, whatever. And it just ended up becoming this thing. And, so to me, I never really know, like, oh, was it styled by the director, the costume designer, or was it the actor saying, no, this is my piece and I'm going to wear it for this character? And so I think this show in general is interesting.
Sometimes it's also brand endorsement too. It's product placement. I can imagine that happens with a lot of the Richemont brands, which are very actually careful about that and which go out of their way. Like Gégé Lecoutre actually tries pretty hard in placing their product on certain wrists. Cartier for sure does that. Patek supposedly doesn't, but that, I think at most that means they don't give watches away. I'm sure they give certain perks and access and allocations to certain celebrities. I have no doubts about that. but yeah, it's hard to guess where it comes from sometimes, but a lot of times I would not trust necessarily that it's the actor's choice unless proven otherwise, like the story you told. Hi,
Right.
Professor. Are you there still?
Yeah, hello. I'm here. I'm here.
Good day,
I'm
Professor.
listening. Hey, I'm my favorite friend.
I just on the characters wearing watches. I was watching Miami Vice, and in season one, I think there was some aspect of there's always a mole, there's always a leak, there's someone on the not on the up and up, and the police chief or sergeant, maybe not all the way to police chief, but his direct report, his direct line manager, was he was wearing a Nautilus, and I was like, how the fuck is that guy can afford that watch? That is because he's not Vice, as in he's not undercover, so he can't justify that. Like, that's just his personal watch. He's got a fucking Nautilus. He is 100% dirty. It never panned out like that, as far as I know. He wasn't dirty. He's just wearing an outrageous watch. Retrospectively, I don't know if back then wearing a Nautilus was actually anything at all.
Actually, Ozzy, when you want to talk about particularly odd watches in TV shows, movies, so in the show Castle, so Richard Castle is one of the main characters, and there's like it's a small, like it's like a season 5, season 6. It's like a millisecond, but Richard Castle's in the car, and he's like he's like on a stakeout, and he pulls back his sleeve, and it's a ball watch. I've never seen one actually kind of make a big screen, so to speak. And then he wears this very odd, peculiar Omega as well. So Omegas are actually a huge thing in this movie. So if you're, I mean, not movie, TV series. So if you're an Omega fanboy, you're gonna really love it. The female detective wears a Speedmaster. I think she wears 2 different generations of Speedmasters, but he's wearing a Speedmaster, and I tried to look this fucker up, and I cannot find it. It's only referenced once, and it was apparently a very limited edition speed. Yeah, it was a Seamaster actually, and the bracelet's fucking weird. It's like a beads of rice bracelet, and I cannot find a damn thing about it.
Is this old Miami Vice movie or new? The new.
Holy shit! It's the professor.
Old series, yeah.
The original series, yeah.
And this is the famous Italian director of spaghetti westerns, Sergio Leone, who
we're back.
is wearing Patek Philippe Nautilus from
Wow.
all the way back.
Spaghetti westerns are my favorite genre of movie.
Mine too. Are we now best friends?
We got to compare Blu-ray collections.
Sleep
In
over.
Rome.
Ozzy, are you referencing to the old Miami Vice or the new Miami Vice?
The original, yeah. I'm
The
a really
original.
big Michael Mann fan, and I know that. Well, I mean, he was responsible for that and the movie as well, actually. So they're both authentic enough.
I wish Dis was here because I know Dis is a huge Miami Vice fan.
Yeah, is he awake? I wonder. I'm gonna see if he's on Discord. Maybe we can.
I
put him
couldn't
in.
get through it because the streaming service that I was using, like the episodes, the audio was out of sync. Like, I went on a different device. I'm like, the original was just friggin' out of sync, so I couldn't continue after about like episode 7 or something like that. So I want to get it on Blu-ray, but I don't think it's cheap. I think it's hard to get.
I think my favorite Michael Mann film is he did Heat, right?
Yep, he did Heat.
Yeah. I think is there a better heist movie?
It's really good. I love the whole concept. It's incredible. What really got me into Michael Mann though was The Insider. Just seeing like Al Pacino and Russell Crowe just deliver just incredible performances, and it's a movie about sort of like integrity, and it's such a hard-hitting subject. But I love his action as well, except that Johnny Depp movie. Like
Which one
Collateral
was
was really good. But yeah, that Johnny Depp movie, my God. What was it? It was
I haven't watched it for sure, but
it was the one about bank heisters. So that should have been the best bank heist movie, but what was it? I forgot what it was called. Like he's the John Dillinger, the John Dillinger movie.
ah, okay.
Yeah, that was. I don't know. It's like the romance aspect of it was just like weird, and honestly, I think Michael Mann nails visuals. There was just something really wrong about that movie being shot on digital. Like I'm not an anti-digital. Like it has to be real film. Like Punz's like Chris Nolan, but um, there was just something very wrong about the visuals of that movie. It just looked very, very like videotape. I don't know. It wasn't good.
Gentlemen,
Yes,
sad
sir.
to say I must be leaving, but
All right. It's quite late over there in New York City, right?
right, I gotta work, blah blah blah. You know how it is. But it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
My
Hopefully
pleasure, man. I'm
hopefully
back.
next time I could stay late.
Please, please. Take care, man.
Take
Thanks
care,
for
Yeah,
being
guys.
take
part of
care.
the
Yeah.
panel.
Have a nice evening.
Professor, are you back home? Are you in old England?
No, no, I'm traveling.
Still, okay. All right.
Yes, yes, I go from here to Japan and then we
Nice.
move on.
The banks
Not really, not really.
the banks need saving, Professor.
No, well, I don't know. A lot of people say these things are nice, but I don't like traveling.
Mm.
I don't want to see the world. It's the same.
Does the world include Southeast Asia?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
it's the
I
same.
find Southeast Asia like Thailand and that those sorts of countries like where it's just slightly escapes globalization just a little bit tends to be a lot of fun. I don't know because in a lot of Western countries or countries that have certain affluence, you get copy and paste things everywhere. I mean, there's certainly places you can see new things. Like, for example, I always say London is like retail capital. Like, you'll see new concepts there in terms of shopping experiences in London before you see them anywhere else.
And gross food too.
What?
I mean, they have like probably the grossest food as far as your ordinary cuisine, like meat pies, bubble and squeak, fish
No
and
These
one,
are
chips,
awesome, man.
come on, man. No one eats that kind of stuff anymore, anyways.
spotted dick. I mean, it's
Curry,
just bizarre food.
curry. If you're in
I'm
London,
I'm sure London has
eat
a few
curry.
more Michelin stars than wherever you're from.
Ouch. That's harsh. But honestly,
Nasty and vicious.
eat curry and if you can, fish and chips, and you don't need to really. I mean, look, I understand. People actually have very specific cuisines in the UK at large, and I have nothing against people eating whatever they want. But to me, when I'm in Germany, I eat kebab. When I'm in England, I eat curry. It's not. I'm not gonna mess with what is supposedly the local food. That's the local food.
Right. Yeah, that's a fair call. You get curry from Brick Lane, you get fish and chips from nowhere, and you're going to be happy. Actually, Professor, do you actually have a place that
Excellent.
does good fish and chips in where you live?
Long John Silver's.
Uh,
Oh my god!
what is that? Where is that? Where is
There's
that?
an awful chain run by KFC here in America called Long John Silver's. It supposedly does fish and chips, and
Oh,
like it's so bad. It's so bad, and it's like it's needlessly bad actually. like just make a couple changes and the food would be edible.
Wait, you've eaten there, Ozzy?
I had to try. I had to give it a shot.
You had to.
I had to.
Hmm.
You
Well,
are the only person I know in my entire life to this point who has eaten at Long John Silver's. Like, only person.
Hey man, I love just the regular everyday Joe food, you know, but everyday Joe
everyday
just
Joe
stay
food.
away from Long John Silver's.
Everyday Joe.
I'm convinced like it's a front. Like I'm convinced like KFC is like money laundering through Long John Silver's because no one's been inside of one.
Well, you end up inside one if you're at KFC, apparently.
Hmm.
Huh, wild.
So
Unfortunately, I don't know of any places.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there is. There is. I go to the professorial clubs where you eat even worse food.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the sad state of fish and chips in England is that, honestly, unless you're going to a really nice restaurant or a gastropub, it's just not really done anymore. There's so few actual fish and chip shops that are worthwhile going to.
Yeah.
So Ozzy,
I
I'm
mean
curious.
yeah.
Well, no, I was just
the
gonna say, Ozzy, like, how do you like your fish? Do you like bullhead? Do you like walleye? Do you like bass for your fish and chips, or what?
I come from Melbourne, Australia, and the go-to fish there is flake, which is our term for baby shark.
Interesting.
It's a pretty innocuous
no,
white fish
just
meat.
going back to your point, Lord mentioned it. He's right, or I think Ozzy, you said it. I mean, look in the UK, London, it's just it's a city where the English have left. It's truly a cosmopolitan place with millionaires, probably billionaires, because nobody can afford the place. So you do have the best restaurants in probably the world.
Yeah.
But you need to pay, average for an average place, you're paying £50 a person, average. For if you include drinks, forget it. So you go to a Michelin star. I was taken the other day, it was like 300, 400 a head without
Yeah.
drinks. Quid, that's $500, right? It's silly money if you ask me, because I'm not a type of a guy who's gonna sit there and eat one pea, one carrot, and one something. They can take it back, bring me my kebab, and then that's it.
Sprinkle a little curry powder.
But
uh,
these are weird people. They're playing with people's minds because they're making so much money. The hedge fund community, the big city guys, the hedge funders, they're making huge money. So that's the only way they can spend in addition to their watches and
Right.
girlfriends and
I
cars and
I mean, I don't, I don't, uh, I don't know. I've never partaken in that. I mean, I don't resent it. I don't look at it a certain way, and I can understand that once every so often, for a certain kind of experience, which is sometimes not even about the quality of food, but really the presentation. Certainly not about the quantity, as the professor is saying. Um, but yeah, my tastes are usually for home cooked stuff, for hearty stuff, prepared either at home or, with that style. I mean, when I was in New
right.
York,
Peasant
we,
food.
yeah, we went to this vegan place, St. Peter and I, and it was fantastic. And it was, it's New York, so it was still expensive, but not Michelin star expensive.
Right.
I'm curious, Lord, did they given that it was a vegan restaurant, was it like a pasture then? They just opened up the gate, you paid your $20 to get in, and they just opened up the pasture gate and it was an all you can eat type thing?
Yeah, I told you this before. I like eating some grass. I love getting down and getting into business. So that's my home turf, so to speak.
Um, Yeah, I got into a big argument with some idiots that supposedly my friends about like they were like we got like this finance chat and we just talk about finance stuff. It's not necessarily finance, it's not stock tips, not that hot. It's just sort of shooting shit if it's involving money. And someone like pointed out like the UK is going through like a really hard time. Undoubtedly it is. And they're saying, "Oh, it's a shithole now." I'm like, guys, like just because like the macroeconomic thing condition is getting worse, it doesn't mean that your life in Seattle is actually better than someone who's living in London. You make more money than them, but if you look at actually how you live your life and the food that you're eating, someone in London with your money would have a better life, quite easily. And
Yeah,
they couldn't grasp that. They didn't understand. They didn't understand. It's like, oh, why don't you move there then? It's like, well, I got paid a lot of fucking money to live in Seattle. It's really that simple.
yeah. Look, it's really hard, guys, to make generalizations like that. It's easy, you know. I live in a bubble here, and yeah, it is pretty and all that. But there are things you win, you gain, and things you lose by doing these things. And it's not just about money, as you said, Ozzy.
Exactly.
Quality of life includes, if you have kids, schooling. And if you decide to take them to a state school, that the place you live in is very important, right? If you decide to take them to private school, well, you need to decide is it going to be day or boarding. So it depends. You know, if you have kids or no kids. If you have no kids, you can go anywhere. Everywhere is nice, in
Yeah.
my opinion. If you have kids, you're stuck, and you're stuck because the place you're in, the kids are going to be brought up. They will have a certain way. You need to decide if this is, you know, culture is important, neighborhoods are important, culture because of access to, if you're really into museums and theater and just being culturally affiliated with people, you know, because it's important. Your neighborhood, your larger city place is important. You know, you go to London, if you haven't bought a house for, you know, 5, 6 million, you're with the ordinary folk, right? Ordinary folk, it can be all kinds of people. Yes, I'm fine with that melting pot stuff, culture in the US. That's fine. But the UK has always been embedded in a class system
Hmm.
that hasn't changed. Dependent on your accent, you're either in or out. Dependent on where you studied, you're in or out. If you're wearing a certain type of uh, pants and jackets, and you got your signet ring, and your grandmother was called I don't know what. It all matters. If you're driving the Cayenne and whatever, you know. So yeah,
Wait,
UK. It's easy to say it's
so
going down.
And yeah, and I don't think Americans grasp the kind of class that you're talking about, Professor. Like when I was working at the London Stock Exchange, you would think, oh wow, London Stock Exchange, that must be the high end. No, we're all working class. like it doesn't matter if we're working at London Stock Exchange, we've got suits and ties and everything. No, we're still working class in the grand scheme of classes in England.
wait, so Al Professor, so you mean to tell me that if I show up via horse-drawn carriage, freshly
Oh,
powdered wig,
oh.
freshly white pants with the calf-high socks and black shoes, that I would probably be perceived as the higher class then?
If you don't open your mouth, yes.
You might be mistaken for a Frenchman, I'm not sure, but
Yes, if you don't say anything, I think you're gonna be fine.
it could be okay.
Fight me dead.
By the way, I mean, you know, the professor usually is very subtle with his insults, but I think he just means the American accent here. So don't
Yeah,
take.
yeah, no, it's the American accent. Yeah, of course. What else? Look, it's funny. Look, the UK for sure it's going through some tough moments. Uh, it is a difficult place, guys, and you know you don't need to go. I always tell
I hear
my
dental's very rough over there at the UK. I hear
oh
that's
man, dental, my friend. That's the class. That's the class system. If you have nice teeth, you're part of the elite. If you're not rich, you're middle class, bad teeth.
yeah, jacked up grill. But to be fair, it didn't it makes a difference, honestly. It's a bit rude, isn't it, bruv?
You know, they got all these sales women at Rolex, so I go and I go and get free coffee, right? So I sit there. Yeah, it's nice. You know, hey, professor, how you doing? Are you ever gonna buy a watch? No, I'm still thinking. Oh, okay.
Our
We
coffee's for
got
paying
these.
customers then.
Yeah. So they're nice girls, but they come from middle class, low middle class backgrounds, and you can sense that, right? The future for these girls, they sit there, and of course, the only way they can make some money is flip the watches. Don't doubt me, and I mean, of course, they're into this business.
Speaking of coffee, though, this is kind of reminds me of the time when I think Arch met with the plastic, and Arch was like, "I know a place that can get us free coffee." Or no, like, "Oh, we're gonna meet for coffee," and Arch takes plastic to a bank where they get free coffee. Uh,
So, guys, which one? I need to ask you. Which one are you gonna get now from the latest Rolex lineup? And
You might be shocked, Professor,
Ozzy's
but
getting the
all the
Daytona.
ones
He
that I
loves
wanted were
the
discontinued.
Daytona.
Yeah, everything that I
what are you
wanted.
getting?
You getting the Daytona?
Milgas?
He loves it.
One at a
You want
time.
the?
Yeah.
One at a time.
So everything I wanted that I'd asked for, that I said I wanted this year, they're all discontinued. Meteorite dials, gem set stuff, it's all gone. They discontinued it all, so I'm a little
But they
pissed
have
off.
still the GMT meteorite.
No, he means the Daytona lineup.
Yeah, Daytona.
The Daytona.
Yeah. I've come to the conclusion I'll ask for the platinum. I don't like it as much as this, but it's a different watch. It's a different watch, and it is nice. It'll be my 40th. It'll be the Daytona's 60th. It's a match made in heaven, or no match
You're
at all,
you're
we'll
still
see.
you're still itching to spend big money, man. I still cannot
Yes, yeah.
convince you. You and Mr. Kangaroo.
Well, look,
Kangaroo.
I
Yeah,
could get unlucky, quote unquote, and the money doesn't get spent. But I'm not gonna, how do you say, I'm not gonna compromise. I'm not gonna go, I couldn't get the platinum, so I may as well just get I'll get the gold GMT. I'm not gonna compromise. So it's
I mean, you
either a
you
big
don't seem
spend or no spend. Sorry,
you
go ahead.
don't seem particularly enthusiastic about it. That's what kind of breaks me because
No,
you
I
did-
have to balance out the excitement for the platinum, and I am excited. I don't think it's as nice as the outgoing platinum, but I was never going to buy that because honestly, it looks the same as the Panda except the dial is different. It was too same for that much money. This looks different enough, and it really does. I'm not one to go, oh, exhibition case back, but I recognize that this is Rolex literally exposing themselves.
yeah, it's I mean
It's a vulnerable moment.
it's a distinction. Look, I mean, in Rolex's history, exhibition case backs are really sparse. They don't happen on oyster cases. If they do, those are literally exhibition models, right? There have been models made like that to be sent to fairs and trade shows where they could kind of display them to the customer. Here's what's ticking inside your watch, kind of thing. So Cellini in recent history had those Prince watches that had the exhibition case backs. The new dress watch line, Perpetual 1908, has. But for an Oyster case, it's really special. And I'm actually very happy that they made that kind of a one-off occasion, or at least just a singular piece in the lineup. And they actually upgraded the rotor as well, rather than the rhodium plated one. I think you get a full gold one. It's gilt at least, so I don't know if that's actual material. So I like that, and it's it's something special. A platinum Daytona was already special, but that's just the icing on the cake.
Yeah. Professor, I mean, you're after something in platinum. I always advocated for the Daytona because I felt it was unisex in size, while I don't think it is anymore. So that's not true anymore, unfortunately. But you got your.
You mean
your
it's a men's
mindset.
watch?
And yes, I guess so. They've purposefully turned it into a men's watch for the first time.
Excellent. This is it. This is it. They finally listened to me. Finally. As if they listen.
And the Explorer got a men's version, apparently.
Finally. Yes. Yes. Not the CC 36.
On that we agree on, Professor.
This is the first time the word has been pronounced in seriousness after the 60s, I think.
Come on, guys. I am older than you, so I'm allowed to say these things. What can I do? Plus, I don't, being in class, I have to be politically correct. Oh my God. I'm fed up. I'm fed up. The other day I had the lunch, and I had to take a few of them out, and I was commenting about. I didn't realize there was a lady in the room, and I said, "Oh my God, what's wrong with this this lady?" She was another person that they all knew about, and I said, "Can you believe it? She doesn't wear a bra." And I said, "Oh, next to me I have a woman." I said, "Oh yes, sorry, yes, okay, do you wear a bra? Oh, you wear a bra. Okay, we're okay."
Oh
They all
my
wanted
God.
to disappear.
I'm gonna get canceled.
Yeah. Anyway, no, I agree with you, Ozzy. It's a good choice. I don't know in which century you will be in until you get the watch,
Well,
but
it's either going to happen really quickly or it will happen never, because
yeah.
I don't know how much my energy for it will last if I turn 41. And I think there's only a
41.
small window where it could happen. So my AD has a huge grand opening at the end of next month. If it doesn't happen then, I think my chances go from slim to none almost immediately.
You mean for them to get the watch, or for you to be delivered?
For me to get the watch. Yeah, they've got a big grand opening here in Las Vegas, hopefully at the end of next month. Hopefully that's a reasonable time.
Well,
to actually
the
get
watch
one.
has been in production for 6 months now.
Right. I just expect that Rolex want the time machine in here in Vegas for Booker to be a big event. I expect them to have a lot of stock. These are the new releases. I expect they're going to have reasonably. I don't think it would be unreasonable to think that they will have a number of platinum Daytonas. Who gets them is the question.
I mean, don't you think also there's a chance, and I'm asking the professor mainly here, that something might slip through the cracks as well from the older stock?
The older stock, well, first of all, many of these models have already been in production for a few months. So it's not as if they're producing them now, because already they're finalizing next year's and the years after models.
Of
So
course.
the Platinum is in production now for about 6 months.
Right, but So I think getting an old meteorite dial is almost completely out of the question unless we're talking about delivery yesterday. Um,
No, look, if you know, let me give you a little secret. If you do know them very well, they can still produce one for you. If you know them very, very, very well,
okay.
they will still produce one until May,
Okay. I'll ask. I'll talk
if
to
you
them.
really want. But you know, it's up to them saying yes to you and them being able to have the relationship.
Right.
You see how the firm trains them, Aussie. Like I asked the question, he completely rejected it and shut it down in the first place, and then exactly confirmed it in the second step.
What was the question, Lord? Sorry.
And that's the third step.
Well, what? I don't know. I don't know.
He was asking about the availability of things that are supposedly discontinued, like a meteorite dial or
Yeah,
another one would be like
you
the
have
Rainbow
yeah.
Daytona or something like that. It's like is it completely
No,
plausible that
Rainbow Daytona, you need to know God, Lord,
oh, okay.
and then them. Yeah.
I know they
Yeah.
delivered one a couple months ago.
Well, there is. I mean, there's still stuff around, and they can still produce.
Hmm.
They can still produce, and usually they have they have the shipments. They have the watches which will be shipped this month, next month, and probably the month after, and that's about it. So if you're
Interesting.
looking for a Z Blue or whatever, they
Yeah,
can
that
still
could still
produce it.
happen.
Yeah, they can.
The when do you think the first deliveries of the Platinum Daytona will make it to ADs?
Um, Platinum is not gonna be for everyone, Ozzy. It's not for the public.
Hmm.
It's not for it's. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but
I
it
think what
will
he's
not
trying to
be.
say is it's not for common punters.
It's
Well,
not
I
for
mean,
everyone.
I
You
am
know.
at an AD where they do receive multiple platinums a year, so
Yeah, they could receive one, but this year it will be difficult.
interesting.
They could receive one, but they're not going to give them out very like this.
Wow, okay. So
Let him
more
down soft, El
exclusive than the
Professor.
outgoing platinum. Okay.
Sorry?
I was just gonna say, let him down soft, El Professor. Just
Yeah,
let.
yeah. So more exclusive than the outgoing platinum. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, and they will not give them to ordinary ADs.
Sure, sure. But I think like if there's a relationship that Rolex value the most, it is Bucaro, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Also,
Okay, fair
He's
enough.
just crushing his dreams right now.
I'm trying to
no,
figure out, like, I mean, which ADs are actually preferential. If
they
it's not
also
Bucaro,
the
then
ADs also don't know. To be honest,
right.
Don't eliminate
it's a
yourself.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
it's a
eliminate
choice.
yourself.
No,
I can only
you should
ask.
go.
Yeah,
No, you should go and ask. No, that's of course you should go and ask. You should go and
yeah.
ask.
Because prior to this, my essay was actually quite open about the possibility about getting something in that sort of territory. But we'll see.
But this watch was in production from the very beginning.
But I'm
And
talking like I spoke to her like 2 months ago, and she
yeah,
said,
yeah,
"Do you
no,
want
I
do you
mean
want a
the
rainbow?"
platinum. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You meaning the platinum or the rainbow?
Well, I just said I want something special, and she goes, "Do you want a rainbow?" And I'm like, "Yeah,
If you
that
want
wouldn't be
something
bad."
special, you need to go off catalog.
Yes, that's what I meant. I said off catalog.
Yeah,
I may
but
have
the
even said
rainbow
that
is how much?
explicitly or
Yeah, Ozzy.
implicitly.
How much is the rainbow?
I don't actually know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I I I can assume that it's about 90,000.
I've seen very weird numbers for these off catalog pieces, so I'm willing to just say I don't know. But I did get, but I just said, how on earth would I pay for something like that? Because I mean, in America, even if you've got like 800 credit score, you don't get unlimited credit. So I'm like, how do you even pay for something like that? So I found a card that works, that will be able to pay for something that ridiculous that costs
Yeah.
as much as a house.
I mean, you can go for something like the Tiger Eye and things like that, which are really difficult to get.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just laid it down like it just something special like that. And she's the one who suggested rainbow. But I mean, the wheels aren't in motion. I just figured that's the first conversation we've had about it, and
Yeah.
I didn't expect shit to get discontinued. I didn't expect this to be a race.
Honestly, I will say this: the rainbow in person, it's crazy. I mean, I would never get it personally because
Wow, you've seen a
it's
rainbow in
bedazzled.
person?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yep. I've
But
handled it.
you
I've had it on the wrist. It's an amazing watch. I'm
Wow.
not gonna dispute it. It's an amazing watch, once in a lifetime watch.
but
It
you know
wasn't
these
my first choice,
funky.
but I said like I could totally swing that if that's if that's what it can land. I would totally do it.
Yeah,
Ozzy,
but
these
she
funky.
spent 100,000 in 1 year to get that watch.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've spent more
yeah,
than
yeah,
that, so it's okay.
yeah. You know these funky watches, the day dates they announced. Okay, these are the ones to get. If
Really?
you're yeah, they will not produce any of these. In that category, you need to be above 2-3 million to get.
By funky, which ones do you mean?
Yeah, the one,
The emoji.
the one that says love and the other one that says
Oh, okay.
sex, whatever
My
it
That
wife
says.
said she hated it, and I
I do
was
too.
like, oh, okay. I was kind of liking it.
Oh, Ozzy.
I'm
No,
not
they're
into the Dippin' Dots OP, but I think this is kind of
Dippin' Dots.
no the forget the OP. There, it's basically a joke. It's an
right.
internal joke.
There's a panda emoji as well, by the way.
I like that.
And there
In
you go.
that among that
cool.
31 privileged emojis, there is the panda.
Lord, do you know if there's an eggplant emoji?
I'm sure, but apparently no poop emoji. I'm sure there's
Really?
I'm sure there's peach. I'm sure there's eggplant. By the way, Professor, maybe you can tease it out of him. Do you want to ask what Meech saw behind the scenes today before the show?
That's a terrible way to swing that conversation.
I know, that's why I did.
Jesus Christ. No, let's not go there.
But at first, by the way, at first I didn't even realize that they also had the rainbow jam setting for the indices. Of course, they have the that puzzle design, which I think is actually enamel, and is it cloisonné, Professor? You would know, perhaps.
No, I don't know. No, when I looked at them, I called a friend and I said, who came up with this? He said to me, don't ask. We cannot say.
Is this an off-catalog piece? Because I was trying to find this.
No, this one, no. But they have some dials which are off catalog. I can send you. I mean, these are the ones for if you really you want to spend, I'll send you these. Ask for one of them, and then you go to heaven. These are really exclusive off catalog ones.
Interesting.
Very grim way to put it, but okay.
No. You will enjoy them. I mean, platinum,
You'll
no
enjoy them for
platinum.
eternity.
Yes. Let me. I'll get them and send them over to Lord.
Yeah, you got my
Lord,
WhatsApp. I'm
you got the
curious.
WhatsApp. Okay. I'll get
Because it's very hard to do any research on the off-catalog stuff. Now, it's not like they're a deep secret. They're trying to sell these things, but at the same time, details, model numbers, references. Like, for example, one that I thought was very cute was the Yachtmaster. I think it's called the Haribo Yachtmaster. I realized when I asked for it that it's actually probably discontinued because it was on the 11 series Yachtmaster and not the 12. And there's no evidence that it exists in the 12. I think my SA looked it up and she can't find it. And I think that's why, because it doesn't actually exist anymore. But it's hard to tell what exists and what doesn't exist when it's literally not in the catalog.
Yeah, Professor, that will be a long job for me to take that to the computer, but I will show one of the ones that came across my stories, which I actually really like, the ruby baguette cut ruby bezel Daytona. That was a very nice piece.
So I was talking to someone about this watch. If you pull it up, so it does seem like there is one special gem set watch out there that came with this release, at least one pictured, and it's this gorgeous diamond and ruby set Daytona. So this is a new Daytona, apparently in platinum. It was unclear. Like, this is the only photo that I've seen on the internet. Apparently platinum. I don't think there's any way for us to tell apart from maybe the crown if it was visible, but it's not. And he told me, like, I estimated this being at like 130, something like that. I figure rubies aren't diamonds, and the diamond it can be more well, I thought it was gold. First of all, I thought it was white gold, and these aren't diamonds, so I felt like somewhere around the same price as the rainbow. So I thought maybe 130, something like that. And he said no, it's actually platinum, and the MSRP is around 300 or 400,000 or something like that.
Wow.
I'm like, whoa, that's so much that, like, yeah, okay, the rainbow can be sold for about 400. I mean, this, I can't imagine this is going to sell for anything. Not that that's the reason. Oh, wow.
There's also apparently
Pave dial. And that's
like,
the VTNR. I did see the VTNR floating around
with a malachite dial, seemingly.
with a whole ton of baguettes everywhere.
Ooh.
Whoa, what the hell is that?
That seems like Daytona, but I don't
It
know.
looks like it's been cropped
yeah,
poorly.
and flipped
Yeah.
very strangely. But
Wow. Okay, that I can imagine being like more than 500,000, like just that many diamonds. Because I think the previous diamonded out platinum was somewhere around 300,000. Oh, Flat 4 says 275,000 plus. Ruby is more expensive than diamond in the Rolex world. Okay, I guess I found out.
Just,
Yeah, it is.
break out the
These-
credit
these
card,
are-
Ozzy.
Yeah, these are the ones. I mean, if you want to go one and done, you will never find these dials. Ozzy, if you want to spend big, I mean, this is big money. But you can ask your AD. I mean, this is just between us. I mean, between us and 5,000 people are gonna watch this. I don't know.
well, I wish 5,000 people watched this. But please feel free to send it out to friends. Hit the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't. We are here with watch content every day, sometimes more than once a day. So stay tuned.
Jake Brooks is asking Amex or Wire. Neither, actually. Just straight up debit card with a whole ton of cash backing it.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Well, I'm gonna head out here. I've got
Mitch,
early day
which
here.
is your favorite one? I was going to ask you,
Honestly,
which is your favorite?
in a nutshell here, I'm not a fan of any of the new Rolexes that came out. I think they're abominations, if anything.
Wow.
I'm actually really gonna follow up on that Cartier model. So, hopefully I can get the
Okay.
reversal dumped out, and then we'll see about a Cartier. So, yeah. Remember, kids, eat your vegetables.
Thank you, Mitch.
So one of the problems of these gem sets, they 100% qualify for being special.
Hmm.
I don't know if they're the kind of watch that gets worn at all. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I like to wear
No,
my
but
watches,
these are
but
the
this is
off
just
catalog. These
yeah
are the
these
off catalog ones. You know,
yeah
if you
these are
want to
just
ask
so
them,
crazy.
yeah.
I I don't know if I'd wear it. That's the real thing, and I'm not scared of say
No, you shouldn't wear it, Ozzy. You're not at
yeah
the age group yet. You
right.
need to be my age and, kind of fed up with everything, which I am, and
I'm
just
still
go
too
crazy.
engaged to wear something like that.
Yeah, you're still too engaged. You're right. But this is for heavy, I don't know, not heavy hitters, but it's just a heavy piece. And anyway,
Yeah.
this is what they have. You can also ask for. You're not into day date, so you cannot get some of these other pieces they have off catalog.
Yeah,
But
not so much.
look, the Daytona will be a wonderful choice. Don't take me wrong. Um,
What I do like about like just the straight platinum is that I would wear that. I absolutely would. These heavy gem set pieces is sort of I would be thrilled to own it and find some occasion to wear it, but certainly the amount of wearing would be very small just because it's not really appropriate watch to wear anywhere.
mm. But let me ask you. You said that you will not have it. Well, your AD, if they get it within a month because of their opening, if they bring it afterwards, you will not get it. I mean, you need to
Well,
be
I just think that I won't be pursuing it that much. I won't be
right.
pestering them enough to like it, my interest level won't increase after I turn 41. Like it's not just the opening. Uh, so the
When are
opening
you
is
turning
probably
41 so I can mark it?
that would be next year in June. So I turn 40 in June. So I'd love to be able to get, and I do think my essay actually does care about this. So I think if it doesn't happen by June, if she can't put something together,
June.
the chances
When
to
is your
start
birthday? When is your birthday?
in June.
June. Okay.
Yeah, and so I think if it doesn't happen by then, the chances just start dwindling rapidly. Nothing's really working at that point. I don't think. Just I mean that's how I expect the rest of my life to go after 40. It's just everything will go off the rails. Nothing will work out. Everything that was left up to chance goes bad.
Well, 40 is a very auspicious number, as you know. If you know your Bible, that's how long it took for the Israelites to make it to the Promised Land. In the Muslim world, it's also a very auspicious number because that's when Prophet Muhammad is supposed to have received his revelation. So 40 is big. If
Mm.
if God can speak to you and take you to the promised land after 40 years, maybe your sales associate can get you a platinum Daytona. Who knows? It's not too much to ask for.
Yeah.
I
So Professor,
actually,
when are
yeah.
you getting your platinum day date?
Platinum dated. That's a good question.
Platinum.
Platinum. By the way, how much, how much is this Daytona gonna cost? The new one?
Someone estimated 275 plus. I was told 400.
Huh?
But
Wait,
I don't
are
know.
we talking about the one,
No,
the
the Platinum, the new one.
the standard, the
The
one with the
standard.
exhibition case? Okay.
Someone mentioned to me the new platinum Daytona standard. just the normal one. I heard the number starts with 8, the new MSRP. So it's bumped up by
Eight?
about like $5,000 or maybe more.
Yeah. They're right. They're right. Correct. So my day date. When I wake up, I look at my date and I say, forget the day date.
Okay.
I don't know. It will come. It will come. I'm a little bit older than you guys by about 10 years, a little bit more. So at my age, you've crossed the 40, you crossed the 50, so you say, okay, what's next? After platinum, they should come up with palladium, by the way, because it's more expensive. Some guy was telling me the other day. I mean, these guys are incredible. That platinum is very difficult to work on. Oh, and that's why it's so expensive. And I tell him, man, you really don't know anything. Stick to what you know. But platinum is now $950 an ounce, and it's not going to go up anytime soon.
Yeah, and it isn't. My understanding is it isn't quote unquote harder to work on. It's just that you incur greater losses than gold. So for a specific end piece, there'll be more loss of platinum than there is more loss of gold. But we're talking percentages, not nothing that would involve, oh, you lost half of the platinum in the process of creating that case.
It requires a little bit difference. Exactly, more manual work. But it's nothing significant. I mean, this is done by a machine now.
Yeah.
The curving, the CNC, and all of that. But, palladium, which is a more expensive, palladium now is above gold, and it's used, as you know, by the auto industry. Hence, its heftiness in terms of price is something that the watch industry should look at. Palladium rather than platinum, because that platinum is not moving anywhere.
How about tantalum?
Tantalum is very cheap, Lord.
Yeah, but I mean, no one cares about what the metal costs, as you mentioned. It's about how one markets it, and it is increasingly popular.
Yes.
After FP Jaune, especially.
Yeah. So if we go that way, as you say, then it makes no sense. All of these metals are not really precious metals, except gold, and even there you have 18 carats rather than 24 carats. Tantalum is selling for nothing per ounce.
Palladium is not as heavy as platinum by like 2 to 1.
Correct. But you see the price, I mean, that's the ultimate precious metal to use, right? But the watch industry has not caught up on the idea, because in the old days, remember, guys, platinum was the ultimate metal, right? It was the ultimate to have, to own platinum credit cards, platinum wife, platinum husband, platinum everything. It was funny until a friend of mine, I told you the story how I came up with this platinum.
Yes.
And now this platinum thing it's no longer there. I told my friend, now it's palladium, platinum gone. Now palladium. So yeah, it is a mockery, it is a gimmicky thing, but I don't know. From the lineup, I really enjoy I like the Explorer 1. I have to tell you. I like the Explorer 1, the new one, the 40M. I like that. Lord,
I think it's arguably the best release. I'm just not interested because I've got the 36.
Yeah, you have the 36. Yeah. You have the 36.
But for a lot of people, this is the best watch. Because I mean, if you like the Air King, this is better than the Air King. So,
of course. Well, I mean, it is the timeless design, right? Yeah. And it's also not only as 1016, but also the like litany of 369 dials that Rolex used over the years. It's so distinct. It's such a distinctive mark for a lot of the Oyster Perpetual series and its appendices, so to speak, its outgrowths.
I'm glad that they did not put a white dial on it.
They will never do it.
Yeah.
Take it from me.
Mhm.
They will never produce two models. One is a white face. This is all garbage. We should do a program on who forecasted from all these Hodinky, Modinky, Monochrome, Chromomone, all these useless entities.
I mean,
And
those.
we should.
I think we should just invite what's his name, 4P.
4P.
Well,
Oh my
just
God.
invite Paul Thorpe and let him just embarrass himself.
His excuses for publishing the leaks that he does, these leaks, are so pathetic. So pathetic. Like not even a shred of quote unquote journalistic integrity. Okay, so he doesn't care about being called a journalist or not. I'm not giving him that label. He's not asking for it. But just any integrity at all. Like you know these are fake leaks, and you publish anyway. Like what is the point? like
You
you're just
remember,
burning
guys?
your reputation. Like why would you purposefully do that?
Because no one cares. No one cares.
Nobody
Ozzy.
cares.
You realize that, but once the actual releases come out, everyone forgets about who spread the fake news and what fake watches people were talking about. And we're actually talking about new releases. So we'll forget until next year when they leak the next set of fake news.
8 months ago, this idiot went out and said that the Batgirl is gonna be discontinued.
Wait, which idiot? Me? I don't.
No, you're not idiot. No, nobody in this stream is an idiot.
No, I put that
And
out there. Batgirl's going to get discontinued.
No,
I put it
you
out.
did?
No, but you had the proviso though. You said if we see another color combination for the GMT Master bezel, which in a way we have, but not in stainless steel.
Right.
You said it will be potentially discontinued because that was the first bicolor Cerachrome bezel, and I don't think that's a bad prediction. It just didn't happen this year.
But the thing is, I'm not saying that's a leak.
Of course,
I'm just saying that's going to happen. I'm like, I'm nobody.
Okay,
so
very good.
It's okay for someone to just say, I think the Milgas are going to get discontinued for the last 5 years straight. They can say it all they want, but to publish like Photoshop images that are they're fake because they've already been revealed to be a fake, and then publish the video anyway is just wild. Just
let me qualify this by saying that no, in his case, this idiot, he went out and said, "Look at the website. They no longer have the Batgirl. It's gonna be discontinued." He did a video on this idiot. Okay,
wow.
and a lot of people, because of his connections with these particular gray marketeers, because they had a lot of supply consignment which they bought, they had to get rid of it. So they go out. The connectivity between gray market and YouTube, the people like him, is very, very close. These guys serve a purpose to push. It's what we call in stock market language front loading, Ozzy. These guys are front loaders. They go out, even the more innocent front runners. These are even the more innocent ones. With funny 2-syllable names, Mark and Tom and Foam, and Lom and Ding, and Lenny, Benny, Fenny, Kelly, Jenny, Kello, all these people, they're not innocent. Because the monetary value of their services is so high It's money at the end of the day for them. This idiot, this German woman, okay, has her husband has issued an entire program in German how to get to acquire a Rolex watch, and here is a tutorial that you pay 250 or 200 euros or 100 euros to
Yep.
get a tutorial how to get a Rolex. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. I had heard about that. I'm honestly not against those things in general, but it does sound a little rich because as far as I know, they don't like her and her husband don't have many desirable Rolexes. Like it's sort of
Yeah, you don't know,
like
you
how to do
Ozzy,
it. It's like, did you get them?
no, no, I'll tell you.
We got no ping ones.
Allow me to say, now I've been in this world because of you and Lord and all of that, and I understand a little bit more.
Don't blame me.
No, I don't blame you. No, of course not. No, this
I'm
platform
joking.
is
I'm
very
joking.
different. But let me, these guys, the YouTube environment in watches and all these streamers and all these participants. Again, I'm exaggerating. I apologize for those who are not in this group, but overall, those who claim they have the watches do not have it. Those who claim who are collectors, they mix between collecting and flipping. What do I mean by flipping? It's not you have a watch and you keep it and then you sell it. No, it's those who have a relationship with ADs and they serve the purpose of flipping the watch in the gray market for a profit in order to get another watch. And very often they say they have 20 watches, and these 20 watches are not constantly the same watches. They flip them all the time. They sell them. Is this bad? No, but at the same time, YouTube is a platform to flip those watches, right? So there are many categories of all of this. And also what they
Sure.
say they have, they don't have. Oh, I have this watch. I have the platinum. They date. They have it for a week, they wear it, and then they sell it. And they sell it to a friend or somebody who became a friend through their platform in YouTube, right? And then,
The
oh,
Italians, the Italians have the beautiful
yes,
Italo-English term for that, friend customer, as they like to say, friend customer.
friend customer.
Yeah.
You see? So you guys are very different. You buy, you hold, you enjoy, and that's very different. These guys are in another league. I mean, this guy is just an idiot. He goes around making claims. When you see somebody with a gray marketeer, there is a vested interest. This is a crony relationship. And they want to keep prices up because, of course, there is a vested interest to sell the garbage they have accumulated over the last year and a half. And they throw out rumors. In Rolex, nobody look how limited the leakage was. They hold secrets more than CIA. And why
By the
is
way,
that?
True.
Why is that? Because they have structures that does not allow this, but also it's a different corporate ethos that Rolex has because they know that if they leak. Remember when there was a leak a month ago on the program here with Lord? Um, uh, he said, "Oh, they have these things," and I immediately said, "The font is screwed up. It's not the same font."
yeah, and the yellow gold watch had white gold surrounds for the loom plots and everything. But people are looking at them, so we owe it to bring it up and expose it in a certain way, because otherwise,
Exactly.
who's gonna know what's fake, what's not? This is, by the way, something Aussie shared in the background, which is a direct one-to-one comparison between 116 500 and 126 500, and you can see
Hmm.
that the new Daytona is significantly bigger. Well, I mean, noticeably bigger. Let's put it like this.
Especially
Both
around the lugs.
and the dial is bigger too. I mean, even the face of the watch is bigger.
Yeah, yeah, it's fair to say. Isn't it the subdial lost its minor notches?
Hmm.
Well, only on the.
Hmm.
No, I'm wrong. I was comparing one subdial with a different subdial. No, I'm wrong. So yeah, ultimately it's still pretty similar. I think it's only really in certain profiles around, say, the crown guards and the lugs, and then the side
Not only,
profile is
not
an
only,
overall.
not only, Ozzy. There is also around the bezel, they have a protective layer which protects the bezel with a small metal
Yeah,
encasing.
Yeah.
That is very important because they had a lot of issues with the bezel. The bezel used to crack, and you know when you crack that bezel, this is depending on the model from 2 to 4,000.
yeah.
You
I,
are
w- I
Professor,
was thinking.
Professor, I just made a video about that earlier today. I said well, I
you
talked
did.
about it. I talked about it in two different ways. So I
Oh,
was talking about how the face of the watch pays tribute in an important sense to 16520, the first
correct.
automatic reference, and that's the
Absolutely.
35th anniversary. And I was also saying how the ceramic bezel is now set in a ring that's of the matching
Exactly.
metal, say stainless
Bravo.
steel in this case. And that, of course, harkens back to early hand wound pieces that used to have the bakelite and acrylic bezel. And then I added in the video and said, of course, this probably, since it had that purpose at the time too, has a utilitarian aspect to it because those rings also serve to protect the inserts from direct impact, and ceramic, after all, is not shatter proof.
I
Bravo.
I
Bravo, Alex.
was I was thinking about this this afternoon about whether or not this aspect is a downgrade or not. Is this really for the customer or is this for Rolex? And I roughly settled on the idea that Rolex was probably breaking a lot of these bezels during service, and they said, we got to change this." Like customers breaking it, I don't think. I see. I've never seen a picture of a customer breaking one. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it just didn't seem like a wide problem because I mean people are also not going to wear a Daytona hiking. You'd be a fucking idiot if you were out in rocks and mountains, stuff like that. But I just imagine that if they had to remove the sapphire on this and those sorts of situations, like just in normal servicing, that they have a significant amount of loss just during servicing. I'm not asking if you confirm or deny, but it just seems to me that this sort of durability is not something that customers would really be testing out. Any comment, Professor? You
Ah.
don't have to.
Well, it's difficult.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. So, but it is pleasing in one way, and it really does. Like if you like the Black Bay Chrono, and I think it looks lovely. I told my friend he should totally buy the Black Bay Chrono. Like one was just available in the case, and I said that's genuinely unusual, and I think it's going to be very unusual after this week, because the resemblance between this new Daytona and the Black Bay Chrono is now very, very similar because they're trying to do the same thing ultimately. They're both doing the same thing. They're both trying to recall their shared heritage, and so they end up in a very similar place. And in fact, the lugs look smaller on this one compared to the current
Yeah.
Daytona. So this isn't the same watch, no, but you still have that outer lip, like Jake Brooks was saying. It's very similar look. You turn it to the side, the way the bezel is held by the metallic bezel. It's very, very similar ultimately, and more
But
similar
this
now than
is a
before.
heavy, yeah, this is a heavier watch, the Tudor, the
Of
chronograph.
course. Yeah,
It's
very
much heavier. Yeah,
and much thicker too. Top heavy
correct.
and thick.
But I think the new Daytona has gotten bigger too. Like
Very
it's
small
moved in the
change.
direction of the Black Bay Chrono.
But Professor, don't
Yeah.
I mean? Can you see this picture side by side?
Yes, yes, yes.
I mean, I know I don't want to exaggerate it too much, but it looks like a significant change.
No, it is. It is, and the lugs have changed, and a little bit the dial. Also, the engine has evolved. You know, the rotor has changed. It's a much improved rotor, and they take more time to develop some of these lines. So certainly, this is an evolutionary model. You know, they were not going to do a revolutionary model, which is what they did with the Yachtmaster. You know, they
Right.
brought out a 42 or even the Explorer. It is a revolutionary Explorer 40, you know, and now I think they will stick to the 40.
No, 40 is indeed revolutionary because in the entire history of that particular model, there has never been a 40 millimeter case. So
Wow.
an
We
Explorer
haven't
40,
measured it yet.
right?
It's like it's almost
Okay,
exactly the same as the outgoing 39. It's like
right.
okay.
I mean, I understand. I know, and you are very precise about these things and very perceptive as well. So before we see it and actually take a measurement, I understand that. On paper, let me get excited. Let me
It's the
hype it
first
up
time
a
they've
little bit.
claimed to have made a 40 millimeter Explorer.
Let me hype it up in peace for a second.
Yeah, and
Professor,
it seems
sorry,
like they've made the Daytona 40 millimeters. I think what we're seeing here could easily be the 1.6 millimeters that it was missing to get to 40. Maybe it's
Yes, this
slightly,
is a 41. It's a
yeah,
true 40.
yeah.
Professor, did you have a chance to check out any other releases from other brands? Did something catch your eye or come across your desk?
Come across my desk. Cartier, very nice.
What did you like out of their releases? Anything that specifically piqued your
No,
interest?
all of them. They were quite nice. I like what they're doing. I mean, it's not revolutionary, but I like it. Um, IWC, I'm not so. Again, they resurrected poor Gerald Genta, you know, trying to make a buck out of him like everybody else. As we said the other day, correctly. Um,
Well, look, I mean, speaking of that, did you hear the news that Jean Arnaud, after reviving Daniel Roth, now is resurrecting the Gérald Janta brand? So that's the second brand now that he has wrested away from Bulgari's clutches
yeah,
and
I
brought
know.
over to Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
I mean, I'm reading that also, by the way. Sorry to get a little conspiratorial and slightly meta. I'm sure at least some people in the audience would have heard that LVMH made a move to acquire Cartier. And to a certain extent, uh, those rumors very quickly turned about is LVMH trying to acquire Richemont in its entirety? And I thought it was just a rumor, usually fake news, but Cartier fits very well into LVMH's portfolio. And I'm sure for its watches, as much as its jewelry, it would have been a great addition. Instead, he basically brought the best designer Cartier had in modern time after Louis Cartier himself passed away, and brought Gérard Genta brand to an active status now. So it's partly his move to move ahead in that ladder of succession, but also I think a great move because all these Pasha octagonal styled watches, perpetual calendars, those could be great watches to resurrect under and remake under the Gérard Genta brand. Flat 4, $5. The new Daytona looks like a copy of the copy with the added crown guards. Check out the Artisan de Genève albino and Spike Lee Daytona cases. Let's take a look at
And
those.
Spike Lee Daytona, interesting. I watched Inside Man the other night. I love that movie. Spike Lee makes interesting stuff.
He has had a couple of customized pieces made for him by Artisan de Genève. This is the Brooklyn piece. Where's the full? Man, yeah, they've gone a little too artistic for my taste. I would rather
see the watch. This is like one of my shorts, except you don't get to the last 2 seconds where I actually show the watch.
Man.
No, the Daytona has moved into this more pure, true sense of things. It's a 40 millimeter watch. It's perfect. Yes.
Professor, I will realize this. I'll find myself a thick woman, marry her, and as a marriage gift, I will get the 40 millimeter Daytona on her wrist. I'm not interested in it myself, but just so just so I ruin that for you as well.
That's why for us, the Explorer 2 Polar is the true man's watch. But then you're gonna throw a swing ball at me and say deep sea. Look at the women wearing the deep sea. Then I'll go for deep sea challenge. That's the only watch that a man will wear.
No, I think Cameron's wife already wore the challenge. I think a lady has put the challenge on. I think it's got to have happened already.
Okay.
Professor, I have an idea for you. Let me let me pull up a visual. But yeah, please continue.
No, there's a question for me. Or comment. What's his name? It says that Shamba Basher says, Prof, fools are parted with their money. Yes, so long as it's not a crime, let them get on with it. Yeah, he's right, but the thing is, misleading people and misinforming people. It's not a crime, but still, in the world of stocks, you go to jail. In the world of watches, you just do more YouTubes. This is the point. Then he says, another guy, this gentleman, flat 4. El Professor, favorite GM Flipper online course? Oh, I don't know. There are so many of them.
Best Flipper online course. Interesting.
That's so funny.
I think all of them, if you type how to flip or how to get, Even one of these guys in Italy, they were talking how to get a watch.
Professor,
You
I
know,
think real men should wear
oh,
a clock like
yes.
this. Not now that we were
This is a
talking about
pocket
the
watch.
size. Yeah,
This is it.
and that man has big pockets for sure.
And I'm sure this is a platinum case.
I want this man. This clock. Sorry.
It's a watch. You're wearing it. So it's a watch. It's a watch.
Flava Flav. Yeah, Flat 4, going back to that albino project, Artisans Genève.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece. With the crown guards taken off, the pushers streamlined. It has a very distinct like neo vintage vibe for
So
sure.
what is the base of this? Which watch did they ruin to create this?
I think they used the Panda.
A modern Panda?
Okay.
Inspired by...
No, actually, they used
Okay.
116520. So the
It's
40
similar enough. It was like the bezel changed. Okay, whatever. Interesting. So they've changed the crown. How they've gone ahead and shaved off the crown guards.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, they reprofiled it. That's crazy.
It's actually pretty cool, and it kind of mimics the Clapton albino. Have you seen that watch by any
No.
chance?
But if they're going to the point of like shaving off the crown guards, replacing the crown and pushes, replacing the bezel, the sapphire, the dial, the hands, reworking, like, what's the point of starting off with a Rolex?
I mean, because people would get picky about something like that. People still want to say it's the 4130 caliber. It's still a Rolex Oyster bracelets, so on and so forth. Yeah, but there is a reason that they didn't start with the ceramic bezel version, I think, and that has probably more to do with the trending market price for those watches than any structural issue, I'm sure. But yeah, this is the 6263 that once belonged to Mr. Slowhand.
Yeah, lovely.
Oh. It's a pretty cool piece.
Yeah, very lovely. Yeah, so like looking at these older Daytonas now, it certainly makes me appreciate the Black Bay Chrono a little more. like I haven't looked at these generation Daytonas much,
Why don't you get an old Daytona, Ozzy?
That's a good question. Part of the issue is striking while the iron is hot. And I have a good working relationship with an AD. I'm not saying
It
no
will
to...
always be there for you. I can assure
No,
you,
no,
it will
no,
always
no.
be. No?
I've talked to these people. A lot of them have quit in the last 3 months. So
Really? And what? That's interesting. Where do they
everyone
go?
stays in one job forever, and I don't
course.
anticipate having the same relationship with another SA.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. But you will be in the register. I mean, they will have you in the system.
It's true, but I'll never get a sweetheart deal. Basically, they'll go, this is someone that we can milk. They're I don't anticipate it lasting beyond that. If it happens, it happens. But I'm just saying, like, I don't anticipate the relationship to actually last forever. Eventually, Rolex are going to turn into AP.
I mean, in terms of business practices, if not necessarily at the corporate level, certainly at the level, at the point of purchase, they're not too different.
Yeah, yeah,
AP gets most of my ire because I'm treated that way by their own boutiques, which
yeah.
have a red phone,
Responsibility, yeah.
basically to the corporate supposedly. So that's more disappointing. Whereas Rolex, and I think, by the way, Professor will probably get angry at me for saying
No.
this, but for
No.
me, one of the reasons Rolex doesn't transition into the boutique model, beyond the obvious logistical difficulties and challenges, of course, is plausible deniability.
Mhm.
They like being the pontifical authority of the entire industry and just watch everything from the Mount
Yeah.
Olympus they have set up in in Bien, rather than
We
being
don't deal with
directly involved.
customers.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, again, they have that trend, right? They have very close partnerships with
Yeah.
serious big networks of authorized dealers. They are testing the boutique model pretty strongly and more intensively with Tudor. The CPO is the certified pre-owned program for Rolex is a way of also testing out that sort of relationship, again, for a boutique-like situation for the main brand. But I think they actually like a lot about this particular situation where they always have an alibi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. I just don't anticipate that I'll have the same relationships. Well, also, not just any relationship will work either, as in, I do have a really good rapport with another AD, but I've never bought anything from them. So, and the only things I'm interested in right now anymore are like really extremely hard to get pieces. I wouldn't expect them to deliver such a piece as a first purchase. But I'm not going to go back and buy stuff I already have. That's not going to happen either. So there's not much when this one ends, that's probably the end of it. That's like I'm not doing this journey again. I'm not riding this pony again.
Speaking of ponies, Professor, did you see this new monopusher chronograph that Hermes came out with?
Yeah, I had a look at it.
I think it's a really nice piece. I mean, I've always liked the aesthetic of this piece. I know it's a little, from one perspective, you might say it's neither fish nor fowl, but I feel it is a field watch with a very contemporary touch and even a certain fashion aspect. And, I guess that wouldn't surprise anyone coming from Hermes. And once again, I love the way they went this particular execution of the chronograph, because of all things they could have done, they went with a monopusher, which is, of course, a much more classical way and technically slightly more challenging way of implementing the chronograph functionality. And I think it enhances the design strengths of the watch too. I just wish they, at least the chronograph model, they had foregone the date, because with this sort of balance on the dial with a single pusher integrated to the crown, that really sticks out to me.
This is like very, how to say, very industrial, very modern design, which I don't actually associate with Hermes.
That's right. I agree. I agree.
It's what's happening here?
I
I'm
agree.
not saying that this doesn't look like their other watches. I'm just pointing out this watch that it seems like their watches are made with completely different ideas than the rest of the brand.
But I mean, it doesn't in a way, because I think they had something called the Clipper. I think they had a sporty watch that was in some sort of cushion shaped case before, but not quite like this. So HO8 was quite a new concept for them to begin with, and I think it was a very interesting alternative to kind of carve their own niche in a market which had already invested so heavily to the integrated bracelet sports watch. So they went another way, and I think they were moderately successful in a way that, for the first time, I think they sold a man's watch rather than overflowing with stock. So that was quite a success for Hermes for a man's watch to begin with. So it would be interesting to see how they expand the line and how successful it might be. Of course, with the more complicated stuff, they have been already hitting the ball of the park. I mean, they had, for the Arceau series, they had the world time complication in Le Temps Voyageur. They had this weird complication before that called Le Temps Suspendu, which is like this kind of watch that they, with a pusher, the hands flap together and rest at noon, and then you push it again, and it comes back to the right time. So it's kind of like a very romantic, useless complication that you could, in fact, associate with Hermes very easily. So it's interesting for them to explore something like this, which is very different from other watches they produce. Very sporty, very interesting in terms of its mix and match of materials and different kinds of finishes. I don't like the way this watch looks. Again, I think there's just too much going on. But I like that they are experimenting and that they are not afraid to experiment. But who, if not Hermes, right? They basically have inexhaustible resources.
Okay, I gotta go. I really appreciate the time. It's been a fun chat to all the panelists from Meech, SP, Professor.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Wesley. Thank you. Keep telling us about your
Journey.
relationship with the Rolex lady.
The
Yeah, we'll
journey.
see.
The
We'll see.
journey. Yeah, let's see. It's a nice watch. Look, it's no doubt. I think there is another issue about the Daytona I forgot to mention, which is that they didn't want to produce, and this is kind of a philosophical, but also a managerial decision. They don't want to now move into a territory where they disappoint the the collectors, be it whatever you want to call it, their customers, from one line to the next, from one generation to the next. So they don't want to really make a Daytona or an Explorer or significantly a GMT, which will be revamped in the coming years. That's something that is in completion. The GMT line is not going to remain the same. But also, they don't want to make it so different that they piss off everybody in that respect, because they will be pissing off a lot of people. So
Right.
they want to continue with this evolutionary change. You might say, but hey man, Prof, this is crappy what you're telling us, because the Explorer one is now 40. Yes, it is 40, but it's also 36, and they have to adjust with a trend. The Daytona is not fundamentally different. It is, but it is not at the same time. And let me use an analogy from the gun world, which you will relate. The Glock pistol. The Glock
Mm-hmm.
pistol has been the same, one can argue, since the early 1980s. 1986 was the time when it made it to the US. But
Mm-hmm.
fundamentally, it's the same pistol. Now, the internals have changed. You and I know that it's not the same pistol. From generation 1 to generation 5, this
Sure.
pistol has evolved. So they want to keep in line with that kind of philosophy. They don't want to piss off a lot of people at the same time, because they know that in the past they shifted from one to the next. For instance, the GMT line, the pre-ceramic with the ceramic, this is a totally different world, totally different world.
Mm-hmm.
Watch, it's not the same. You can say, yes, they have similarities, but the clasp, the bracelet are completely different.
Mm-hmm.
The case is different, the philosophy is different, the dial has evolved. Even the luminous, the amount of uh, of luminescence that goes from even the last 2 years into the dial has increased by around 30%.
That's very necessary. I mean, in where I
Yeah.
live, where I'm running on natural gas for power, and maybe most of England, electricity prices have gone up. So you have to make sure people can see these watches.
Of course, we need to use them for lightning at the end.
Yes, yes, yeah. On the bathroom break just before bed, or the second or third trip out of bed for second and third bathroom break. These are
Or when you go into the deep sea,
right.
you go and fix the North Sea oil cables,
Mm-hmm.
um, or the natural gas cables. You need to dive 300 meters with your deep sea challenge.
True. True.
Yes. Thanks as always for the advice, Professor, and see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ozzy. Guys, please support Aussie Expat Watches. Subscribe to his channel. You can click the link right there. The professor and I have about 10 more minutes. So if you have any questions, feel free to direct them to us, ideally with some super chats, which would be really appreciated. As you know, this channel is fully independent. We're not in the pocket of gray market profiteers. We're not, spokespeople of the industry. We are not in any way pursuing some sort of hidden agenda. Thankfully, this channel is fully supported by the audience, by the people who follow me on Instagram, who are subscribed here to the channel, and who have been supporting me also on Patreon. So I'm completely at your behest. I'm completely at your service, and anything that you contribute to the channel is used for the channel and is reflected in the quantity and quality of the content that I do my best to provide for you. So keep that in mind. In either case, I really appreciate your support and presence. Subscribe if you haven't, and at least click the like button, hit the like button. That helps. That helps us boost the channel in the algorithm a little bit and get slightly more exposure. And that's a healthy way to grow the channel. As always, share the links with your friends. I take this week to churn out a few more videos by the end of the week, one or two every day. So check those out as well. Today I had a video on the new Daytona as well as the Black Bay 54 that positioned them, that situated them in the history of those two brands and in the tradition of dive watches that Tudor has made in its history, in the case of the Black Bay 54, and of course in light of the 6 decades of models and references in the case of the 126 500, the new Rolex Daytona line. Did you have anything else in mind, Professor?
No.
Should we start planning for next April 2024?
Yes. What? Like what?
Like what? I mean, we have to make a whole week out of it. We have to go to Watches and Wonders.
Yes.
We have to visit a few manufacturers. Without exaggerating, I would rather have quality time. That's my love language, quality time with horological objects. I would rather spend good time and quality time at 1 or 2 manufacturers than, or maybe 3, but not everything all at once.
Well, the one that definitely one should visit is you will love it, Audemars Piguet. That will be really nice, and they're open.
Yeah, I
So
mean
one can visit.
that's one I haven't visited, and I would love to, because also since they provide, whoa, oof, that caught me off guard, Professor. Sorry.
Sorry.
No worries. The thing that I really like about that, and it's impressive even just from the pictures, visuals, and videos, is how they combined the museum and the workshop in Le Brassus, in that extensive building. Flat 4. Is it safe to wear Mbappe jersey in London? Well, I'm not in London right now, so I wouldn't know. I've never worn any kind of jersey in the UK, actually. Not that I was always in some sort of official garb, but I was certainly not wearing PSG apparel. But yeah, I do love myself some Kylian Mbappe, for sure. He's a very, very talented player. Great.
Oh, he's very talented and very intellectual. He was actually the opposite of what we think of footballers. He was actually a very good academic in school. Excellent person, a very good demeanor, excellent demeanor as a person, fantastic. Not that I know him, but I know of him, right?
It's very funny because to me that was really proven over and over, but most recently in the World Cup final. I mean, this guy whom everyone treated like a little child. They painted him as being capricious, as being narcissistic, as having this huge ego, that he wanted the entire team to be built around him, both at the PSG and the French national team. And the guy after Pele was the first teenager to score in a World Cup final, anyways, and he made a hat trick out of it on his second appearance in a World Cup final, and scored, including, I might misremember details now. It's almost too late, but scored what, 3 times from the spot in the World Cup final, including the serial ones at the end. That's serious mental power there. You can, you might think of football players or athletes at some level, and have some stereotypes and preconceptions about them, but I think for anyone who performs at that level in their profession, they have a very special kind of intelligence. That intelligence might or might not have applicability outside of the field they work in. But it's a measure of intelligence for me anyways, that sort of performance, especially if it's combined with leadership. The other thing I will say is, well, I mean, let's use the opposite example, and I'm sure just say no comment in either case, but you probably know a lot of academics who are just, who may be decent in their field, or who are just astonishingly stupid.
Most of them are.
Anyway, so it's like, think of it like that. So you can have you can possess a lot of critical intelligence in a certain field, supposedly very strong intellectual resources and IQ, but sometimes that doesn't have applicability outside of your field, even if you think of yourself as a scholar, as an intellectual. And it's the same way for me. If you're a world-class football player, soccer player, basketball player, and you do that at a consistent level for 3 years, 5 years, a decade, we're talking about players like Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, now the rising stars, Kylian Mbappe, Holland, all these different stars, Harry Kane, whom I really like for obvious reasons. These are special people. I think they don't get the respect they deserve sometimes because people look down upon athletes. Yeah, actually, Flat 4, I'll tell you this. I got this from their website, but last time I was in Westfield Century City, I discovered Nike, and in fact, the Jordan brand, has an exclusive store dedicated to Paris Saint-Germain in a Southern California mall. Can you imagine it? It's an entire store for PSG in Westfield Century City. And this is a team, again, with all due respect. I mean, I'm wearing this silly zip up that has no history, Let's be honest about it. They had some glory in the past, but before this recent ownership, they were not Olympique Lyon. They were not Marseille, for sure. They were not even Saint-Etienne or Reims, So it's interesting how they were able to build with a lot of capital, with some good decisions, and of course with the charm of Paris. Suddenly they built themselves into a global footballing power, literally out of nothing. I mean, this is even more miraculous, if you ask me, compared to what was done with Chelsea or Manchester City. Again, with all due respect to the histories of those teams, they had histories to begin with. PSG, not so much. Yeah, that was an interesting digression from our usual discussions, but this is what the live stream world is. That's where live conversations take you, and I appreciate the question. I appreciate the interventions. Flat 4, thank you so much. You were really generous today. I really like it. And I appreciate the fact that you have been contributing. Big Meech, of course, he was here a number of times. Swinging Kangaroo, thank you for being here. Nick Butter, thank you everyone for your presence and support. Thank you for being in the chat, hitting the like button, subscribing, because we are here with watch content on a daily basis. I'll make some more videos tomorrow for sure, and I think I'll focus more on Gégé de Coutre on tomorrow's live stream, and perhaps I will talk a little more about releases that we didn't talk about before. Panerai focused really heavily on the Radiomir with a couple of interesting 45 millimeter 8-day power reserve pieces with these recycled steel cases that are patinated and burnished off the shelf. I would love to talk with you, Professor, if you are here, and with the audience about what they think about those sorts of practices, because on the one hand, we seem to be moving away from the so-called fotina on the dial, these neo-vintage colored luminous material. But people have an increasing interest in bronze watches, different materials that take on the patina in unique ways. Steel that comes, already burnished off the shelf, which is a very interesting concept. I don't even know what to think of it. But yeah, that could be something interesting for us to discuss. All right. Thank you so much. Professor, do you have something to add?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Please hit the like button on the way out and take
Please,
care of
yes.
yourself. Wear your watches and
Thank
enjoy it.
you.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.